Live commentary coverage for your NASCAR Cup Series race at the Pocono Raceway. Today's sponsor, the Great American Getaway 400. And this is going to be an interesting one to say the least at the Tricky Triangle today. I think this race is going to be wide open for many drivers to win. I'll state that throughout my predictions in this pre-race show. I really think there's a good probably 7 or so drivers that I think are very much capable of winning this race based off of speed that they showed in practice and qualifying, and or how hot they may have been both at Pocono the last couple times we've gone there at the next gen car, as well as how we've seen particular drivers run in recent races. So all that and more on our pre-race per usual. Go through drivers who I don't think are going to run well, who I think will run well in today's race, potential sleeper picks for top 10s, eventually my race win pick, and all the statistics that go into me picking the drivers that I'm going to pick. We're going to do the similar rundown of everything how I did last week on the channel, the very first time that I actually went through the point standings, driver by driver by driver, and how I thought that they were going to maybe shape up in today's race. And then obviously I narrowed it down to 3 must-haves, 3 sleeper picks, 3 don't-haves for fantasy purposes. If you're not already joined in the NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR.com website or the NASCAR mobile app, be sure to join. It is free. All you need is your email to sign up. And you'll want to join the KRC League, which is our league. Again, KRC in all caps, space, capital L on league. Put the league name down in the chat. So league name is down in the chat right now. And so be sure to join. Now, obviously, if you can't win the regular season championship, we only have 6 races left in the regular season starting today. 5, obviously, after today's over. But you can get a feel for how the points system works in our fantasy league, how it all works in general. You pick 5 drivers every week. You have a garage driver, which is like a bench driver if you play fantasy sports elsewhere. You can plug the garage driver in for a starting 5 driver at any point in time before the end of stage 2. It locks at the end of stage 2 every race. So if somebody gets in an accident in the early going, you can pull them out of your lineup. You can put your garage pick in. You can only pick the same driver up to 10 times over the course of the regular season. I think when the playoffs begin, it'll be 5 times if I remember correctly from recent years. So, in the final 10 races, when we reset the points, we'll have 2 separate champions. You'll be able to restack them up. So if you only have like 1 or 2 usages left for like a Kyle Larson or something of that nature, you'll get 5 back for when the playoffs begin. So again, points reset. We'll have 2 separate champions, and you got a chance to win any race, 2 tickets, in fact, to any race of your NASCAR choosing in 2025 next season. So excluding the Daytona 500, I do have to put that in there. Yeah, let's get into these predictions. Who do I think is going to run well? Who do I think is not going to run well? You guys can vote in the chat for who you think is going to win the race today. That poll will close at the end of stage 2 per usual. We'll check that periodically, and you can maybe put some names down in the chat as well for when I get to them, or when I go driver by driver and I start talking about if I think they're going to run, we'll get a conversation going in our pre-race. So we'll start off, as usual, with the points leader, who happens to be, once again, Kyle Larson. Larson comes in with an 11-point lead over Chase Elliott. 3 wins on the season, 8 top 5s, 10 top 10 finishes, and he's led the most laps of any driver this season, although Denny Hamlin is fastly approaching Larson for the most laps led this year. Larson has led enough laps at the front of the field that has allowed him to win 8 stages, second most in the series as well. So we'll see if Kyle Larson can keep that narrow points lead. Obviously not so good of a run last week at Chicago, getting in a wreck in the middle going, only getting 1 point for his place finish, and he only got stage points in stage 1. He obviously didn't make it to the end of stage 2, so he didn't get any stage points there. And obviously, again, that race finish result, not great. 39th for Larson a week ago, season worst. So for Kyle Larson, he's got an 11-point lead over Chase Elliott, just a 23-point lead over Tyler Reddick, who's been red hot as of late. Denny Hamlin, minus 42 points. So this regular season championship battle with 6 races left is really starting to tighten up between 4 different drivers all of a sudden. 2 Chevys, 2 Toyotas. As far as Larson's chances to win the race today, he has never won at Pocono in his NASCAR Cup Series career, but he has led laps in each of the last 4 races here, all 4 in which, of course, he has ran with Hendrick Motorsports, both of them in 2021 on the doubleheader, and then in 2022 and 2023 the next-gen car. He didn't lead many laps in last year's race, but he was up in contention for the win late when him and Hamlin got together on one of the final restarts of the day. Ultimately ended up with not so good of a finish as a result of that late race incident for Larson. In the season before that, he was able to string across a top 10 run. He had two great runs in 2021 where he almost won both races, a fuel mileage race and the spring race, or the first race of the doubleheader, I should say, in 2021. Blew a tire, final lap, final corner. I got that video up on the channel as well, so if you want to check my footage out of it, I was there that day. Wild case of a wild scene there, to say the least. Nothing I've ever seen quite like that in my time watching NASCAR, both on TV and watching it in person especially. But needless to say, as far as Larson's chances to win today, speed looks okay through practice and qualifying. He doesn't look like he's got the fastest car for Hendrick Motorsports. I think William Byron's probably going to have the best chance to win of any of the Hendrick cars in this race. And, I mean, just the fact that Larson is up in contention pretty much anywhere we go anyway, you can't really count Larson out of winning a race, so I don't have any major expectations. I'm not going to put him as a must-have because he didn't qualify inside the top 10, and practice speed was kind of borderline top 10. Obviously, him, Cliff Daniels have great chemistry. They can get that car better from the start of the race to the end of the race, so even if he isn't great out of the get-go, wouldn't be surprised if he still ended up in the top 5. I mean, it's Kyle freaking Larson, so he's definitely a contender for the race win. He's a contender for the race win anywhere we go, but I'm not going to put him as one of my must-haves, my top 3 to potentially win this race. Chase Elliott, kind of the same thing. He was right around Larson on speed in practice and qualifying, a little bit worse than Larson, in fact. Of the 4 Hendrick cars in on-track activity yesterday, I'd say that Chase Elliott was actually probably the worst of the 4. Was really struggling with the balance of his race car in turn 3 in particular. Seemed to be really tight in that flatter corner of the racetrack. He felt that it was fine through turns 1 and 2, but still a little snug. He can get through those corners. Turn 3 seems to be the trouble corner, at least through practice yesterday for Chase Elliott. Definitely a corner you're going to want to get down, because if you do not get out of turn 3 very well, you're too tight, you have to lift more in that corner. It's going to kill your straightaway speed on that long straightaway, the longest of any oval in NASCAR. So, yeah, Chase Elliott, they're going to have some work to do. Again, starting mid-pack, kind of like Kyle Larson, a little bit outside the top 10, but has the equipment obviously capable of getting good finishes, but I don't have any expectations for him necessarily for today to run well, not run well. So I think he's just going to kind of be there. I think he could have a solid day, but I'm not expecting him to go out there and compete for the win necessarily. Tyler Reddick is a driver who I really think can win this race today. Honestly, you can make a case for him potentially winning the last 2 races. Last weekend at Chicago, he would have gotten to Bowman within the final couple corners on the last lap of the race. Had a lot fresher tires with the slicks on versus the older wet weather tires Alex Bowman had on his car. Was about 2 seconds a lap faster than Bowman in the closing laps of that race. Drove to second, but in turn 5, he overdrove the corner. He clipped, really undercut the corner. He ended up clipping the wall. Still managed to finish in second place, but unfortunately was taken out of a shot to win the race with that damage. As far as Tyler Reddick for the week before that goes at Nashville, he wasn't really in contention for the race win through most of the day. He was kind of quietly hovering between 4th and 7th most of the race, but on a late race restart, the final overtime restart, in fact, of 5, he had the freshest tires in the field. He was ripping through cars, got the second, coming to the white flag, and still couldn't get by Logano, who had a huge tire deficit, plus the fact that Logano really wasn't in the top 15 the whole day. Logano was able to hold on and get the win. Reddick actually lost a spot coming to the line to Zane Smith, finished 3rd. If he could just finish the race off, I think Reddick could be there up at the end. He's been the hottest driver that hasn't won a race really since we've gotten to about the Coke 600. Last 7 races for Tyler Reddick, he has 6 top 10s, 4 top 5 finishes, and he's got the best average finish of any other driver in that stretch of races. His last 6 races, take 1 race out of there, his average finish is 7.6, so he has been running really well. It shows in the point standings. He's 3rd. He's only 23 points behind Larson now. He is in the thick of things for the regular season championship, so he's probably going to be a driver that's going to try to go for stage points if we have any weird cautions before the end of a stage today. I think the strategy for the most part is going to be pretty straightforward. I don't think you're going to see many drivers sacrifice stage points the way the stage splits are today, which are 30, 65, 65. I do like Reddick. He's actually my pick to win the race today. He starts in the 7th place position. Only thing with that, I did pull a stat that only 2 drivers have won from the top 7 starting positions in the last 7 races at Pocono. So qualifying mid-pack isn't necessarily a bad thing here, but Reddick was fastest in practice, and he qualified particularly well. It's going to be hard not to go with Reddick. That team's had raw speed everywhere we go. Road course, short track, intermediate track. He's been fast everywhere, like I said, those last 7 races. So look out for Tyler Reddick to potentially win this race today. He's my number 1, at least, for the race win. Now, my number 2 is going to be this guy, Denny Hamlin. Toyotas look very fast through practice and qualifying, as they have pretty much every race we've had at Pocono with the next-gen car. 2022, even though Denny Hamlin and Kyle Busch both got DQ'd in that race, they would have finished 1-2. They led the most laps. Busch in particular actually led the most laps that race, but Hamlin led over 20 laps as well down the stretch. So he was fast there, and obviously last year he did get the win. And again, kind of a similar circumstance where he didn't lead a ton of laps, but he was there late. He was up in the top 5 the whole race and was able to capitalize on late race restarts. So look out for Denny Hamlin. He seems to be lacking on the short run, even though he qualified well, which was actually kind of shocking considering the short run speed didn't really look to be there in practice. He was 24th overall in practice time, and his lap time's kind of flatlined, so he was better on the long run. He actually had the fastest 20-lap average in practice, but because he did qualify well, you can kind of manage the short run a little better, especially with these cars that are so hard to pass because everybody's so equal nowadays in the Cup Series. I think he can manage track position. If it does come down to a strategy race, which I don't think it will, but we have seen that in the past at Pocono, he's got one of the best crew chiefs in the garage of Chris Gabehart. I like Hamlin to potentially go out and win the race today. Like I said, he's my number 2. One of the only things that kind of scares me with Denny Hamlin, they have still had speed everywhere they've gone pretty much since the get-go this season, the Busch Light Clash. He won that race. They've had speed everywhere they went. There's only been a couple races he hasn't led any laps in this season, but his last 5 races, finishes have all been 12th or worse. So no top 10s this racer. I mention that every time we go to a road course. So really, it's only the last 3 ovals that he's finished 12th or worse. So that is a little concerning. Iowa, he didn't really have any speed at all before getting taken out in a wreck while running mid-pack. And then he was having speed. Nashville, obviously, he was up contending for the win. Probably, would have won the race if Cindric didn't end up crashing with 2 to go. So he had speed there because of pit cycling. He ended up finishing in 12th with all those overtime finishes. So again, he has had speed on the ovals. Just got to execute. Kind of similar to Kyle Larson here down the stretch. Larson hasn't been able to execute necessarily at the end of a race at Pocono in particular. Hamlin hasn't been able to execute at the end of the race the last handful of races this season. Martin Truex Jr., again, Toyotas look quick. I do think he's going to have a good day today. No expectations for him to necessarily go out and win. I think there are better Toyota drivers than him. I definitely have Reddick Hamlin above Truex in the pecking order to win this race today. I'd honestly say even Ty Gibbs and Christopher Bell, who I'll talk about in a little bit, have a pretty good shot of winning this race along with Truex. So it's really going to be stacked against Martin to get the win today just because of how good, and he has won here before. So we'll see what Truex can do. Again, I don't have him on my must-have pick, but wouldn't be surprised if he just has a solid day, runs top 10 throughout. William Byron is my number 3 pick to win the day. He's the last of my 3 must-haves with Reddick and Hamlin. The only thing that scares me with Byron is he hasn't finished races off at Pocono in the last 2 times we've been here, which are the only 2 times with the next-gen car. He finished 12th and 14th at both races in last year's race, so he's got that going for him. And the team seems to have a lot of speed this weekend, qualified second and was second fastest overall in practice, only behind Tyler Reddick. Similar to last year, I actually went back into my stats. I picked Byron to win last year because he was also on the pole and he was fastest in practice. So he unloads with great speed here. I think he's going to lead some laps today. I think he's going to contend for the win. It's going to be kind of similar to last year. Can they just execute? Final stage, get on and off of pit road, no issues by both the driver, by the pit crew, and he'll at least be in contention for it throughout if they can just do that. Speed is definitely there. I think he's the favorite out of the Hendrick camp to win. Ryan Blaney, interesting for the Fords this weekend. No short run speed out of any of them, even though a few of them qualified inside the top 10. But Blaney, the Penske cars, really look good on the long run. They had some of the better long run lap times when we got 10 plus laps on tires in practice. We will see a little bit of fall off today, but not a whole lot. Ryan Blaney was one of the quickest on the longer run. So he has had good runs at Pocono. Obviously, his first career win here was in 2017, but even if we look at the last couple seasons here at the next gen, he has been up, not necessarily in contention for the win, but he's solidly like 4th through 6th most of the day. I wouldn't be surprised if Blaney has a day like that. Again, I limit it down to my 3 must-haves. I've already gone through them, so no expectations for Blaney necessarily today. But I think of the Fords, he'd probably have the best chances of finishing better than any of the other Fords in the field. And I'll tell you why in a moment, because I do have a few of them on my don't have list. Christopher Bell, Ty Gibbs, I'll talk about them collectively again. Toyotas look quick this weekend, kind of similar to Martin Truex Jr. Under the right strategy, if they have track position late, they can get up there. Ty Gibbs is actually on the pole. It's his second pole of his career on the season. Coke 600, he also qualified on the pole, but didn't really stay up leading a bunch of laps early. It was Christopher Bell who had the quickest car that day, but fast forward to this 2.5 mile oval. A little bit harder to pass here than at Charlotte, so maybe Ty Gibbs can actually get quite a few laps let in here. And with the first stage only being 30 laps, they don't have to pit for fuel at all in the first stage. Ty Gibbs could go out here and get a stage win as well, get a lot of points. He doesn't have a win yet this season, so it would be needed just in case some crazy things happen at the tail end of the regular season. We have reached the first don't have on the drivers in the point standings, and that is Brad Keselowski. I got Keselowski not to finish in the top 10 today. He has not been great at Pocono with RFK Racing in particular. Obviously, in his Penske days, he was pretty good here. Had a win in 2014. He had a win here. Was that 2013? Let me go into Racing Reference real quick. I know he's won here. 2011. Oh, that's right. It was right after he broke his ankle. I remember that race now. Okay, so he has 1 year in 2011. It's been a minute. But that was with Penske Racing. He had some pretty good races even after that as well. But needless to say, for Keselowski, RFK Racing, he hasn't been great here. Really, RFK Racing with the next-gen car hasn't been good here. Not just Keselowski. I also have Chris Buescher on my don't have list. Reason being, with Brad Keselowski, 14th and 16th in both Pocono races. He qualified 14th, 17th in practice. It really tells me, I think he's getting the most out of his car when it comes to these Pocono races. They just don't have top 10 speed at this racetrack at RFK Racing. Only one top 10 finish in the last 5 races as well for Keselowski, so he was really heating up there when we were getting into the late spring, early summer from like late May. Really mid-May when he won at Darlington. So mid-May when he won at Darlington all the way until Gateway, he actually had 3 straight top 3 finishes at one point with that Darlington Coke 600 Gateway finish. But since then, he's only finished in the top 10 one time, again, in the last 5 races. So a bit of a dry spell for Keselowski. And this hasn't been a great track for the RFK Racing brand, so I do have him finishing outside the top 10 today. And just to reiterate, I know I say it every week, but my don't have list has been near perfect this season, 36-7 record, so I feel pretty good that Keselowski isn't going to have a good day. I will say this, and I don't really talk about politics much, but obviously I think we're well aware of what ended up happening yesterday in the state of Pennsylvania. I would be okay with Brad Keselowski winning this race. Of course, his tradition is not carrying the checkered flag in a Polish victory fashion lap like on the front stretch, but the American flag. I think that would be a great scene to see, especially in the state of Pennsylvania today. But unfortunately, I just don't see him having a good day today. The stats aren't really aligning with him. And I mentioned that both RFK Fords were on my don't have list this weekend. Chris Buescher, 29th and 18th in both races at Pocono with the next-gen car. The 29th place finish was actually it was in 2022, 18th last year. He qualified 18th, was also 18th in practice, so kind of similar to Keselowski. They're kind of flirting in the mid-teens when it comes to speed right now. And they didn't really seem to have long-run speed like the Penske Fords had. Cindric, Blaney, Logano all looked pretty good in the long run in practice yesterday, but Keselowski and Buescher left a little to be desired there. So They're definitely 2 of my 3 on the don't have list. Chase Briscoe is the last driver on the don't have list. I'm going to skip down the point standings to him real quick. He has been sliding in performance for quite some time. Comes into this race 16th in the driver's standings, but because we have a couple winners below the cutoff line, Daniel Suarez and trying to find Austin Cinder, 16th in the driver's standings. Qualified 33rd in practice overall. This looks like SHR last season, not necessarily how they've ran for most of this year, outside of Ryan Preece. Sorry, Ryan Preece. But Ryan Preece has ran like that this year. The other 3, not so much. This weekend, though, Briscoe and Gregson both looked really slow. And the reason why I put Briscoe on my don't have list instead of Gregson is because at least Briscoe is fighting for a playoff spot still for points purposes. So he needs to have a good day. And I've only put him on the don't have list a couple of times this season. This will be the 3rd. I don't see Chase Briscoe having a good run. Only 1 top 10 finish in his last 7 races this season. And only 2 top 20 finishes in the last 7 races for Briscoe. So not only is just a slide in performance from like getting top 10s to maybe just outside the top 10s, he ain't even finishing in the top 20. Again, only 2 top 20 finishes in the last 7 races. This team needs speed. I think as long as he completes all the laps today, stays on the lead lap, gets a top 20 finish, it's at least better than what he has been performing as of late. Not going to get the job done as far as cutting into that playoff deficit, but man, they need to finish some races is what they need. They had an abysmal week last week at Chicago. Pretty much every SHR car did for the most part. Yeah, he needs to get the monkey off his back, to say the least, in the worst way. So Ty Gibbs, I kind of glossed over him a little bit. Well, I didn't gloss over him. I read a bunch of stats. I had him on my sleeper pick for this weekend. The only other 2 picks I would have had on my sleepers for this weekend, I'll start off with Josh Berry. Berry, probably the least likely of these 3 to get a top 10, but he has been pretty good on ovals as of late. The last 6 oval races, he has 2 top 3s and 4 top 10 finishes, so he's got a 66% chance, really, based off of those odds to get a top 10 run, so I'm going to predict him to get the top 10. He did qualify fit, so he's got good track position out of the gate, a lot better than the other SHR Fords through there. He was the fastest of the SHR Fords in practice as well, though he was 23rd overall. His long run speeds seem to be pretty good, maybe not there with the Penske cars, but I'd say at least right there with the RFK Fords, and because he did out-qualify the 6, the 17, we'll see if Berry can at least hold on. He's led quite a few laps really on ovals this season, a lot of them on the shorter tracks and not necessarily a bigger intermediate like here today, but he does have extra track time this weekend with running all the laps in the Xfinity race yesterday, the extra practice. Same kind of goes for William Byron. They're the only 2 Cup regulars to run both races this weekend for Xfinity and for Cup, so even though it's not the same car, maybe that helps as well, getting the extra track time around a track where he doesn't have a lot of laps in. This will be his first career Cup start here, in fact, as well. But yeah, I've got Berry on the sleeper pick this weekend. The last of my sleeper picks is going to be Bubba Wallace. Wallace 11th, 8th, and 5th in the last 3 races at Pocono. Has pretty good speed. Again, the Toyotas look very fast practice and qualifying. He was 4th fastest in practice overall. He seemed to have pretty good long run pace like the Toyotas did. The only downside for Bubba Wallace is he qualified 29th. He had a really big hiccup in turn 2 on his get up to speed lap, which with the alternate start-finish line right off the exit of turn 2, that killed his lap. Then coming off of turn 2 again, he killed his lap even more. So obviously he's prone to making mistakes, especially over the last couple of months this season. I will say the last couple of weeks, it's really been something that isn't his fault that's kind of been taking him out. But got to execute today. The speed will be there. I don't think he's going to get a lot of stage points, especially with qualifying deep in the field and the first stage being as short as it is. But I think at some point they can at least scratch out and claw a top 10 finish because he has done that a couple of times already at Pocono in recent years. It's one of his better racetracks. These like longer, bigger ovals like here, Michigan. He's had really great runs at Michigan and in the oval again next week. I think these are some good tracks here in the summer for Wallace to try to cook away points and at least make a run at trying to get into the playoffs. So those are the predictions for today. I went over the top 10 in the driver standings, how I thought they were going to run today. And then again, just to reiterate, my don't have picks this weekend: Chase Briscoe, Chris Buescher, Brad Keselowski, Sleeper picks, Josh Berry, Bubba Wallace, Ty Gibbs. Must-have picks, William Byron, Denny Hamlin, Tyler Reddick, and Reddick is my race win pick. So I know it's a lot to take in every single weekend. I'm still trying to figure out maybe a certain way to keep it as organized as I can. That's why I kind of changed up how I was doing these predictions as of last week. So yeah, that is my full in-depth predictions for how I think the top 10 in points will run today, and narrowed it down again between the must-have sleepers and the don't-haves. Byron needs to get a win. I think he just needs to finish a race. I mean, he's got a few wins this season. Playoff points are there. He needs to get momentum back by getting finishes. And he did a couple weeks ago. He finished second at Iowa, I think it was, like 3 weeks ago. So, I mean, he's had good speed. Maybe not as much speed as what he had in the car right out of the gate this season. I mean, won 3 of the first 8 races, but yeah, we'll see where he can go from here. Danny Fins fan, thanks for tuning in. Good your DFS lineup. Byron, Blaney, Gibbs, Bowman, Smith, Berry. Not very high on Zane Smith. I know he qualified well this weekend. And he did finish second at Nashville in the last oval, but I don't think the speed. I don't trust Zane Smith for speed there. The rest of the team, honestly, though, not bad for what you can get out of it. I don't know the name of that, but there's just an underscore. Thanks for tuning in. He's pulling for Denny Hamlin than any other driver, both active or past. Zachary K, Train Skate, 1024, Candy Cox, Silent L Scribe, thanks for tuning in. Stephen Hooten, Mr. Fulton Raz, thanks for tuning in. Ice Demon King 92 Hammer, Patrick Shadley, Regine Huddleston, thanks for watching, everyone. Just giving the shout outs to those of you that I see in the chat. Got to get the race broadcast up on my phone here. Really been trying to get better at getting the predictions in before the national anthem and all the pre-race ceremonies. So you can listen into that as well. Got my dog. I got the dog locked in the room. Come on, load. Trying to get the race up right now.
Though. His crew chief is willing to take those chances sometimes. Let's see if that today might work out for him. Yeah, you got to feel like it's JG.
Oh, it looks like I missed the national anthem already. We got the drivers in their cars already, getting ready to fire engines.
Staying at the end of one of the longest.
I don't know what's going on right now. I'm having a ton of buffering going on.
Straightaways in NASCAR. That's turn 1 here at Pocono. And with that long straightaway and this wide open surface comes a lot of opportunity. Opportunity to throw it 3, maybe 4 wide down in this corner. And that's something these drivers will all try to take advantage of. But Jeff, if they take advantage of that, there could be disaster lurking in down here. That's a young race car driver talking there. I'm going to tell you, he's an opportunity. But I can speak from experience. When you do it wrong, this guy right here is waiting for you. Some of the biggest wrecks in NASCAR's history have happened in this corner. Over 190 miles per hour. You have to be aggressive. You have to do things. If you do it wrong, that guy right there is unforgiving. When we come back, we're going green.
Sorry for the audio cutting in and out there quite a bit. I gotta get this figured out why my internet is lagging. The stream is perfectly fine. That's the weird thing. I think I just gotta log out of Hulu and log back in real quick. I don't have the raw feed available at the moment. Really hope it's up before the start of the race. Had issues with that off and on. this season. Obviously, we pull that off of NASCAR.com every week. $35 likes on the stream right now as well in the early going. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. I did just log out of Hulu and log back in, so I think we're okay now. I don't see any buffering at the moment. Well, it's not Hamlin's home track, but it might feel like his home track with how many times he's won here. So with the engines fired up already, we'll go through the starting lineup for today's race at Pocono. Ty Gibbs on the pole for the second time this season in his sophomore season, still looking for career win number 1. William Byron looking for his first Pocono win, starting on the front year for the second year in a row. Martin Truex Jr. and Denny Hamlin will line up in row number 2 for this one. Hamlin, a 7-time Pocono winner. Martin Truex Jr., also a former Pocono winner. Josh Berry and Alex Bowman in row 3. Bowman, the winner at Chicago a week ago, and Josh Berry with another top 5 start, second straight on an oval. Tyler Reddick and Ryan Blaney back in row 4 for this one. Back-to-back podium finishes for Reddick, trying to break through for his second win of the season, and Ryan Blaney also looking for win number 2 on the season. Zane Smith and Joey Logano in row number 5. Smith coming off a second-place finish on the last oval at Nashville 2 weeks ago, and Joey Logano in that very race got the win. Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson in row 6. Elliott looking for his second career win at Pocono. He's a winner here in 2022. And Larson looking for win number 1 at the Tricky Triangle. Christopher Bell and Brad Keselowski in row 7. Keselowski, the 2011 winner here. In row number 8, it'll be Carson Hocevar and Daniel Suarez. Austin Dillon, Chris Buescher in row number 9. Rounding out the top 20 in row 10 will be Ross Chastain and Austin Cindric. Chastain's been in contention for the win also here the last couple of seasons. Michael McDowell and Harrison Burton will line up in row 11. Row 12 for Eric Jones and Kyle Busch. Noah Gragson, AJ Allmendinger in row 8. Daniel Hemrick, Chase Briscoe with row 9 start. Bubba Wallace, Corey LaJoie in row 15. Wallace, 3 straight top 12s at the racetrack, trying to go for 4 in a row, but he starts deep in the field. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. had a top 10 here a season ago. Looking for back-to-back at Pocono Raceway. Starts deep in the field as well. Row 16. John Hunter Nemechek to his outside in that row. Todd Gillan, Justin Haley, a couple young guns that have been impressing this season. They will line up in row 17. Row 18 for Cody Ware and Ryan Preece. And rounding out the field will be J.J. Yaley, and the only non-chartered entry this weekend, the 44 car for New York Racing. He'll be in row 19. And that will round out the starting lineup for today's 37-car field and the Great American Getaway 400.
That's nice for Roger. Strong act, like Pocono. Rodney Childers told me they made some pretty big improvements for qualifying, and they hope these improvements translate over today. And Marty starting at 11. Chase Elliott there has a pretty good starting spot, and that could have been the theme of their season. Good, not great. Rogers preaching down. Justin, he told me it's about taking these good days and turning them into great days as we rumble toward the playoffs. And just one race win on the season, they'd like to increase that number, kid.
Bubba Wallace starts nice as that. Despite that, this team is confident in their race car, saying Bubba just went a little too low in turn 2, coming to the green and qualifying. They told me their setup is very similar to teammate Tyler Reddick's, who was fastest in practice. As we look at the final page of the starting grid, Todd Gillan qualified in the 33rd position. Not qualifying at where the team wanted, but the silver lining is that the strategy playbook here is wide open at Pocono. We're embedded with this team in stage 2, so we're going to get an up-close look at what crew chief Ryan Bergenti might have up his sleeve for this team here today. Now for the start of the race, let's go back to the booth where Steve Letarte and Rick Allen are standing by.
Thanks, Kim. We're going to go a little bit further up in the grid and actually talk to the driver of the 12, who's one of the teams that we'll be embedded with. We mentioned just a moment ago, the 12 and the access to these drivers is really amazing what we're able to do and just be embedded with these teams. Let's hear from the driver. Dial him up now, Steve.
See if we can get him on the radio here. We'll listen in. Hey, Ryan, it's Letarte. You guys in the booth, you got a copy?
Sir, I got it.
Well, man, I know it's 11 wins in your career so far in a championship. Back to the side of your first, though. Is there something special or some great memories? I almost see the smile on your face as you're riding around here.
Yeah, a lot of great memories here. I feel like you always have those memories, when you come back to a place where you get your first win and certainly anything. So, yeah, hopefully we can have another one today. Before my team practice, we just try to get, to be a little bit comfortable to drive. But appreciate everyone next. I feel like, one of the races where strategy gets crazy. Hopefully we hit it right. Have a shot at it in the end.
Let's talk about this track. You mentioned in practice about the balance of all three corners and having to compromise. How do you manage that with your emotion of trying to win when you know you have to not be perfect in all three?
Yeah, I think it's just like managing your expectations of each corner, and you get a good idea in practice of, okay, hey, the enemy will come first, one, then trickle in, and how do we work on the one you're with, hurting it here.
We appreciate you taking the time. Good luck today, man. I know the fans appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Enjoy the race.
Oh, he's great. I'm telling you, I think he was smiling.
I agree.
But it looked like there was a smile on his face as he was riding around.
So you mentioned it, strategy, and he mentioned it as well. You got to hit it right. The guy who's making all the decisions is Jonathan Hassler, and Marty's with him.
Yeah, Rick, I think everybody has mentioned strategy today. Jonathan Hassler is going to call Ryan Blaney by his pit stall here as he watches him come down pit road to make sure that everything goes well for later in the race. So, Jonathan, is there a place on the schedule that has a more open playbook than Pocono?
Yeah, Pocono is certainly one of the most challenging races for sure with strategy. It's one of the places where you can pit under green and not lose a lap. So that certainly opens up the options for everybody. And tires aren't significant, so you can definitely stay out at times. Certainly fuel strategy is going to be most important today.
It's an open conversation going here on the pit box. There's also voices coming from North Carolina. How do you sort through all that information and make the decisions you need to make today?
Yeah, we've got a strong, team of engineers both here at the track and at the shop at Team Penske. And we just, try to lay out a game plan of, what we think might happen during the race and certainly respond to those situations. You don't always envision everything that's going to happen. That's why we're happy to have that group back at the shop to talk through things.
To the start-finish line in case your driver wins.
That's good. Sounds good to me.
There you go. Nicely, conveniently placed pit box for Jonathan Hassler and the team. We appreciate all the access Team Penske is going to give us today.
And Marty looked pretty comfortable sitting up there on the pit box. That might be the place where he'll just want to hang out and enjoy. I know he's going to be up there in stage 2, but we're also going to be riding along with Todd Gillan. We have the Goodyear on board that is going to help us give the vantage point, but we'll be embedded with the 38 team as well. And we'll be hearing from Ryan Bergenti as well. So we'll find out if the strategy is different between the two teams we'll be embedded with.
Well, this view right here shows it's comfortable when you sit on the pit box like that back row. You don't have to make decisions. But with the front row, the seats are a little hotter when you have to decide when to come down a pit road. And you heard it. All you had to think about was, oh, what did I hear? Well, fuel, and tires, and cautions, and saving gas, and that's really it. When we come here to Pocono, it's an unbelievable test of horsepower, downforce, creativity, execution, strategy. It really has everything, and I think that's why winning here,
Okay, you just listed off numerous things there. Give me the numbers of this race. We take a look at the race analysis.
So it's going to be broken down into 3 stages. The first stage, 30 laps. They can easily make that on fuel because they can go 40 to 42 laps. It gets complicated here in stage 2. You're going to have to make a pit stop at some point. And then how do you get that right? And then at the end of the second stage of lap 95, I think that's the intersection. Because if you fill up fuel here at lap 95, you could pit very late, way out here. If you stay out at 95, you might have to pit early in that stage. That's really going to be the split, the 2 groups we have. And as I say all the time, Rick, if you tell me when the yellows come out, I will tell you when you should come to pit road.
I know a couple already behind the station, but that's about it. Let's take a look at the point standings and playoff standings as we enter this race. Now just 6 to go, counting this one before the regular season ends and the playoff starts. Now only 4 names are above the red line that are white. That means they haven't won, they haven't locked themselves in. So with 6 opportunities, only 4 spots still available. Marty.
Rick, keep an eye on Christopher Bell today, who's on top of those playoff standings over the last few races. They've had a couple of wins and had a nice 5-race top 10 streak going until they finished 36 and 37th in the last 2 races. Talked to Adam Stevens, his crew chief, this morning. He said, hey, but we had winning speed in both of those races. But this weekend, we've missed the speed a little bit. That's why we have teammates and we're relying on some of their setup items in the 20 car today, Kim.
Well, Marty, you heard Rick talk about the winless drivers who hold the last 4 spots in the playoff. That last position currently held by Chris Buescher. He was pushed to that spot after Alex Bowman's win last weekend. So I asked crew chief Scott Graves, how does that complicate things? He said, well, it doesn't necessarily change their approach. It changes the stress level and the pressure. Everything is mounting. He said if we don't win in the next 2 weekends, it will not make that Olympic break enjoyable at all. They'll be thinking about what they need to do when they're back on track, and that stress, Parker, is just going to fester for them. They'll look for a win in the next 2 weeks.
And Kim, one of the great performances of this weekend, his career made 2nd round qualifying. Remember, he got his best finish of the season just 2 weeks ago at Nashville. It's been a trying season, but they seem to be turning around that 71 car. Nice.
Thanks, Parker. Kim had talked about the urgency of Chris Buescher being right there on the bottom of that list, right above the cut line. One thing that's a little different with his team today, different spotter. Brian Keselowski, brother to Brad Keselowski, will be spotting for Chris Buescher.
All right, everyone at the Pocono Raceway is on their feet for this weekend's NASCAR Cup Series race, their lone NASCAR Cup date nowadays in NASCAR. And the young gun, Ty Gibbs, is about to lead the field to the green after his 2nd pole award yesterday. Green flag is in the air. We're racing in the Great American Getaway 400 at Pocono. Gibbs getting a pretty hefty shove from behind on that long pond straightaway down towards turn 1 with Denny Hamlin, fellow Toyota driver, and a teammate right in line behind him. Let go well before getting into the braking zone in that first turn. As they work their way through the bumps off the exit of turn 1, a lot of 3-wide racing in the back of the pack. Still 2x2 up in the top couple rows from the initial start. Side by side for the lead again into turn 2. William Byron on the inside lane, Ty Gibbs on the outside lane as he was for that initial start through the restart zone. Hamlin also side by side for 3rd with his teammate Martin Truex Jr. Off the exit of turn 3. Still tied up for the lead, now clear off turn 3 for Ty Gibbs. Gibbs leads the opening lap of the race. He was the only one to dive all the way to the bottom of the racetrack, coming to the start-finish line to try to break the draft off the 24 behind him. Everybody else stayed in line on the outside, except for Truex, who was underneath Byron off the exit of turn 3. They were actually side by side all the way through turn 1 as well for the 2nd place position. Byron clear off the outside lane now. Truex did get by Hamlin for 3rd at least. Throws a block on Hamlin before entering turn 2. Lower entry for Truex getting through the tunnel turn. Joey Logano up in the top 10 here in the early going in 9th. And Josh Berry lost 3 positions from the start, falling from 5th to 8th. But he settled in right in between the other Fords of Blaney and Logano. Kyle Larson up a couple spots already to 10th as well. And yeah, the leaderboard is stuck on the warm-up at the moment. So, with that being said, I'll have to get the Fox Sports leaderboard back up again. I was afraid of that, just considering it was down off the initial start. Yeah, we're going to have to use... It's like we're going to end up having to use foxsports.com for the early going of the race. The raw feed on NASCAR.com is down. At least get some sort of semblance of the running order as it happens. Kind of a pressure pack opening lap for the pole sitter Ty Gibbs, but he's quickly pulling away with that clean air advantage in front of the Chevy of William Byron. His lead is stretched out to about 1.3 seconds at the end of just the third lap of the race. Obviously caution free here in the early going. Longer than what we had in the Xfinity Series race yesterday, who had an incident on lap 2. One of the few that they had in the race. At 8 cautions total, but only 5 for incident. Most of which in the final stage in the Xfinity Series race yesterday. That was only 90 laps compared to today's 160. And the Truck Series only had 1 caution for incident in their 70-lap race on Friday afternoon. So Logano fell out of the top 10 after getting there in the initial start. Christopher Bell was able to get by him on the last lap. Showing a replay of Kyle Busch making a little contact with it looked like Ryan Preece in the 41 car. Right off the exit of turn 3. Didn't really look like Busch did anything wrong. I think that car underneath him might have pushed a little tight up off turn 3. Clipped the left rear corner panel of Busch. Busch had to wiggle back into control there off the exit of turn 3. Lost a ton of momentum down that Long Pond straightaway. Obviously losing that position out of it. Surprised he didn't end up losing more, though. Everybody, for the most part, kind of riding in line right now in the top portion of the field. Coming to lap 6 this time by.
Jeff, right in there, just go. Front tires have the track. So the only way to really get them to grip back up is to lift, just slow. I mean, not slow down, but just quick accelerate. That's right. You're always operating at the edge of grip with these race cars, and you're trying to find it. So you heard Chris Buescher had to lift off the gas. You never want to lift on corner exit because it kills your momentum down the straight. And of course, these straights, you know, this is the back straightaway. It's not anywhere near as long as a front straightaway, but look how long he's still on it. And look at the gain that he's making on Chase Elliott. Down, if you're hearing me, he went to the gas. He never came back out of it. That's what you want to be able to do. There's a rev limiter right there.
I was going to say, he stayed in fourth here.
Yeah. So later in the race, Jeff, while that might be the most comfortable, if I need you to work on your fuel mileage, wind and housing shift could be a big difference. Like if I run in fifth gear all the way around. And while that's not optimal in lap time, at some point in this race, it's not just how fast you could go, but how much fuel you burn doing it.
He didn't shift into fifth until he got past the start-finish line coming off of turn 3. There's the Verizon on board with Ryan Blaney. Blaney 1 spot better than where he started, running in the 7th spot right now, 4.5 seconds behind Gibbs.
In my imagination, Jeff, or do you think that bump is worse than last year? It's not gotten better. And yeah, I think it'll come back next year and be worse again. Yeah. You know, just every year it gets worse and worse. And you can see that with Blaney, he's trying to make this fast, but what he loved is that the 48 car went to the second crease. That gave him the bottom. That allowed clean air to be on that race car, and that's what you're always wanting.
Ty Gibbs, a little over 2-second advantage over William Byron early here at Pocono.
All right, first commercial break of the race, full screen on the USA Network. That's where you can watch the race visually at least, but obviously you can listen live right here on the YouTube channel on KRC. Ty Gibbs is currently our race leader. He's led all 7 laps from the pole. William Byron sits second right where he started. Same for Martin Truex Jr. in third and Denny Hamlin in fourth. Tyler Reddick runs in the 5th place position. Alex Bowman 6th. Ryan Blaney 7th. Kyle Larson in 8th. Josh Berry 9th. And in the 10th place position is Christopher Bell. Joey Logano in 11th, 12th for Zane Smith, Chase Elliott 13th, Brad Keselowski 14th, Chris Buescher 15th, 16th for Carson Hocevar, Daniel Suarez 17th, Ross Chastain 18th, 19th is Austin Dillon, Austin Cindric 20th, Harrison Burton 21st, Michael McDowell 22nd, Eric Jones 23rd, Noah Gragson 24th, Chase Briscoe 25th, 26th for Bubba Wallace, AJ Allmendinger 27th, 28th is John Hunter Nemechek, Daniel Hemrick 29th, Corey LaJoie 30th, Todd Gillan 31st, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 32nd, 33rd, Justin Haley, Kyle Busch, 34th, Ryan Preece, 35th. All 37 cars still on the lead lap here in the early going, so no mechanical issues. And again, caution free also in the early laps. Again, resorting to foxsports.com for a live leaderboard at the moment. The raw feed on NASCAR.com is currently down as of the start of this race. I keep going back to check every minute or so. Continue to kind of pop in and out of NASCAR.com and hope that it is up and running at some point in time. It was stuck on the warm-up lap, as we've seen that multiple times this season. In fact, last week at Chicago, it was down at the very start of the race as well. So it'll be back up at some point. It always does when it's not working off the initial start. It still becomes available at some point in the middle of the race. Hopefully we don't have to wait too long. This racetrack is only 160 laps with the 2.5 mile length racetrack. Lap 10 still on commercial break at the moment. Vote for who you think is going to win the race today. Currently, the chat poll, we have 82 votes already. 52% of you say somebody other than Tyler Reddick, Denny Hamlin, or William Byron will win the race today. 23% of those votes go into Byron, 16% for Hamlin, and only 9% taking my pick, Tyler Reddick, here in the early going as he jumped up 2 spots on the initial start from 7th to 5th. The other predictions coming into this race today on the must-have side of things would have been Byron to, at the very least, get a top 10, started second, running second. Denny Hamlin started 4th, still 4th. So they're both in the top 10, all 3 of them really, counting Reddick as well, all in the top 5 in fact. Sleeper picks, Josh Berry fell to 9th off the initial start. He is in the top 10 still, at least for the moment. And Bubba Wallace has only moved up 2 positions from 29th to 27th. Just so difficult to pass here at the tricky triangle. Qualifying important here for this first stage until we get into the first set of pit stops and seeing how the cycling works there. Definitely gain or lose a lot of position on the restarts here is how wide the racetrack is down these long straightaways. Very easy to lose a ton of positions on a restart. Seen it happen all weekend, really. The other sleeper pick, trying to find him, would be Ty Gibbs. Oh, yeah, Ty Gibbs, and he has led every lap. All 13 of them so far from the pole. So 2 of the 3 still in the top 10, and then of the 3 don't haves in the early going of this race. Chase Briscoe, 25th. He's up 3 spots after starting 28th. These are picks to finish all outside the top 10. Chris Buescher up 3 spots from 18th to 15th. Keselowski right where he started in 14th, all outside the top 10. Again, still in the very early going of this race. Not a lot of movement in the positioning order outside of the first lap or 2. The biggest movement really is Ty Gibbs just running away with his lead. It's up to 3.7 seconds now over William Byron.
Wants the back of the car down. The closer the diffuser gets to the asphalt, the more downforce it makes. So when they say bottom out, there's really 3 things. 1, it's physically the car bottoming out on the wear blocks and underneath it. 2, it can be the vertical scrapes on the diffuser, like you have enough air taken out that you hit the bottom of the racetrack. And that's what we see right here. The cars that kind of spoke, like that little wisp of smoke right there, that's the carbon fiber grinding on. Shocks have mechanical shocks in them. You won't be able to see that in this situation. It won't create smokes like Bubba Wallace did right there, right? It would actually just feel rough for the racetrack. And wow, big hit for Noah Gragson.
And it looks as though he backed into the wall, and so the first caution has come out. Off of turn 1.
He's running about 24th position.
It's fired back up, like you're going to try to drive back in, but this is what happened.
Yeah, it just looks like he got too loose. Couldn't hold the back of the car. And see, that goes a little bit about what you were talking about getting the back of the car down. You want that car to be as low as it can be in the back, like you said. But what Joey Logano was saying is it's already hidden. You can't go lower. So that's not how we're going to be able to make rear grip with this race car. So Noah Gragson could quite simply been in the same situation where they wanted the back of the car lower to make more rear downforce, but they couldn't get it there because they would hit the racetrack. That makes the car loose, makes it very easy to spin out.
We saw him put the window net down. He drove it off of the racetrack and onto the apron, and then looks like he realized, it's terminal damage for that car. So safety crew is there to deal with Noah Gragson. Very unfortunate early on in this race. Only 14 laps complete of the 160 schedule. Steve, you're going to be busy on Wednesday. You'll be a part of the NBC Sports on Sirius XM. That's NASCAR Radio Channel 90, live Wednesday at 9 a.m. Eastern with the Bagman and Pete Pistone on the morning drive. So you'll talk obviously about the strategy, the winning strategy. Could you give us an insight here yet?
It's going to be great to talk about this week. Looking forward to Indianapolis next week, back on the Oval, which has a lot of the same opportunity to pit. So 2 similar tracks back to back. Always great to go on there. Might even harass Pete a little bit about some baseball. So there's going to be a lot of good conversation, but great to jump on Sirius XM and join those two. Rick, this is an interesting time for yellow. We talk a lot about strategy, and I don't think this really changes the plan for the leaders, 54 of Gibbs or Byron or Truex, but it's going to change someone's plan. So, we're on board with Kyle Busch earlier. Remember, he went all the way to the back, right? Is this what he uses to try to flip around and get some sort of advantage either on tires or, more importantly, fuel? Get some fuel in the race car to open up opportunities. So I don't expect to see the leaders, but somewhere in this field, I would imagine it's going to split. Some are going to come to pit road.
Looks like the 22 of Logano. Yep, riding along with the Hunt Brothers Pizza on board there as they come to you, Marty.
Rick, we talked about the handling issues for Christopher Bell yesterday. He said he was way more secure on entry today, which he said that he liked, but a little bit too tight on exit and a divergent point strategy-wise here, Parker, as Steve mentioned.
And Marty, as we see Joe Logano come here, we were just talking about his issues inside that 22 car. They're choosing to try and help the 22 here with some adjustments. You see air pressure adjustments as they go around. They will do 4 tires and fill up full of fuel for Joe Logano on the 22 to get a little bit off strength here and help the handling there.
Early on, differing strategies. Saw the race on pit road there. Bell and Logano very close. The reason for the caution, Noah Gragson in the 10, backs it into turn 1, and he is out of the race.
So our first caution is out, officially waved at lap 13. Noah Gragson backing into the wall in turn 1. Car slipped out from underneath him, got a bit loose, going through the bumps on the bottom of the racetrack there, and backed it up into the wall with the left rear fender first. So saw some split strategy, some drivers in the back half of the top 10. Chase Elliott, Joey Logano coming to pit road, and a lot more behind them also came into the pits. Not everybody behind them, but quite a few. So we'll see what the running order is going to look like when we get to this next race start. Gotta wait for the field to get back to the start-finish line this next time by first. So again, this is our first caution of the race today. We'll take our first ad break along with it. And you're listening live on KRC to the Great American Getaway 400. I think Chase started 11th. Tunchi Lu asking in the chats. I believe he started 11th. Yeah, he started 11th. He was running 10th right before the pit stops. Logano was 11th, I believe. Christopher Bell also hit pit road of those that were in the top 10 or right around there prior to this first set of pit stops taking place. But again, not everybody hit pit road, so this is where the strategy begins to differ in the early going of this potentially strategy-based race, which we tend to see at Pocono Raceway quite often. Jojo, thanks for tuning in also. 54 likes on the stream. The goal is to get to 150, so be sure to hit the like button if you haven't yet. And again, you still have until the end of stage 2 to vote for who you think is going to win the race as well. 53% saying somebody other than Reddick, Hamlin, or Byron will win at this point. 21% of those votes go into Byron, who is currently second, Hamlin fourth, with those 17% of the votes, and Reddick in fifth place currently. And last of the 4 poll getters, or four poll voting options, 9% of the votes for Tyler.
Latest kid, the fans. Staining skilled trades careers available right now. That's country help build the learn about those opportunities as well by visiting buildsubmarines.com. Right along with the 17. Again, the caution coming out because of the 10 of Noah Gregson into the wall. This is not the way this weekend was supposed to go after the announcement that he will be with Front Row Motorsports next year. That announcement came out because with Stewart Haas Racing closing, now we know where Josh Berry is going, Noah Gregson to Front Row, Chase Briscoe will take over the 9 for Martin Truex Jr. retiring at the end of the year. Joe Gibbs Racing, still an unknown, is Ryan Preece.
Yeah, and I think there's still some movement. You know, in the garage, there's some questions yet to be answered. So I'm going to be a busy, 12, 15 weeks here to end the season.
2x2 once again, and Gibbs on the outside. Byron on the inside as they go back to the restarts. About to get underway with lap 17.
And I was waiting for somebody to be the first one to make it 3 wide. I thought Larson was going to make a move to do it. That was a restart.
Off the racetrack with the 24. Byron went up there. Also, the 4 of Josh Berry is up there. And now look at Martin Truex Jr. taking over the lead.
Berry has a problem. I don't know if he's got a tire down or what it is, but he's way off pace.
54 as well. Ty Gibbs just overcooked the entry. He got up there 3 wide. Take a look at the top of your screen. Just, I guess it was loose. Look a little wiggle, Jeff, maybe for the 54.
Yeah, just it's hard to tell there. It's hard to imagine that he went that far up the racetrack, and that part of the racetrack is out in the back of the car being the problem. It was tame on the straightaway, but it wasn't tame when they got to the corner.
And now it's Denny Hamlin who's settled into second. Right behind him, Tyler Reddick. This leaves Byron, and Gibbs has settled into fifth now after starting on pole. And even losing fifth. Ryan Blaney gets by, and Chase Elliott also trying to take spots away from the young driver of the 54. Josh Berry on pit road, Kim.
And after that incident, he came on the radio and said, I just don't feel comfortable. Crew Chief Rodney Childers said, let's bring it in, put 4 on. Before that incident, though, he did say he felt like the car was better than it was yesterday. We'll see if any of that contact changes how the car feels to Josh Berry.
Talked about all the moving pieces happening currently as far as silly season and different jobs for the drivers. But all about Rodney Childers, it was announced that he will be going to Spire. So right now the crew chief of that 4 of Josh Berry, but he's making the move to Spire, which they're really starting to build an arsenal of great people that are putting these cars together, making strategy calls and driving.
A great hire by Spire. Rodney is very respected. His resume speaks for itself. Former men's championship. I think they can invest. It's one thing to invest money and buy equipment, but nothing replaces kind of that mindset, that drive that's required to compete at this level. Hendrick Trio right here. The inside of the 2 on the outside of Elliott and Larson. It looked like Elliott and Larson were working together, and Bowman was trying to side draft him. Bowman winning a week ago in the streets of Chicago. Here comes the 71. Look at this move by Zane Smith.
Zane Smith could qualify and everything. A little bit of contact. 48 to 5. I'm not so sure that Larson knew they were 3 wide. Logano trying to take advantage of it. Our brother's Pizza Cam is on the bottom of the racetrack. See the draft on the outside trying to use it for straightaway speed, but Logano on the bottom
It's good for momentum, but watch Larson down this back straightaway. What running the outside does. Just gives him the momentum. Auto not going away. Pagano on new tires. He was the first car off from pit road. Was running 11th when he pitted. Currently battling to the 11th spot. He'll concede to the 5.
Brad Keselowski just behind. For number 6, Keselowski running 12th right now. Truex Jr., Hamlin, and Reddick, Toyotas with top 3 spots.
Full screen commercial break on the USA Network once again. Martin Truex Jr. getting to the lead for the first time today, following our first restart after the first yellow, which took place at lap 13, where Noah Greggs had backed it into the wall in turn 1. 4 laps led now for Martin Truex Jr. Denny Hamlin currently sits second. Tyler Reddick up to third. William Byron falls to fourth on the restart after being in second, and Ryan Blaney already up to fifth. Ty Gibbs has fallen from the pole to sixth place, all in that last restart. Chase Elliott is in seventh. Alex Bowman eighth. Zane Smith still up in the top 10 in ninth, and Kyle Larson rounds out the top 10 in 10th place. So that is your top 10 in the running order as of right now in the early laps, lap 21. And by way of the pit stop cycling, the prediction side of things, still got the 3 must-haves in the top 5. Byron 5th, Reddick, my win pick, in 3rd, Hamlin 2nd. The sleeper picks, Josh Berry had an issue on that restart. He has fallen back to 36th place, and he's actually off the lead lap after having to make an unscheduled pit stop, but he should get the free pass at the end of this stage, which will be coming at lap 30. We're currently circuiting lap 22. So Berry a lap down after having a tire rub from the restart, made contact there, and he was in 9th initially. The other sleeper picks, again, Ty Gibbs up in 6th still in the top 10, which I already mentioned, and Bubba Wallace in 21st after starting 29th, so he's up. And pretty much every driver from about 11th on back, for the most part, had hit pit road. So the top 10 or so have not pitted yet today. Logano the first of which on 4 fresh Goodyears in 11th. And to follow up again, the 3 don't have picks. Got Chase Briscoe, who started 28th, is in 20th. Brad Keselowski still outside the top 10 and 12th after starting 14th. Chris Buescher 17th after starting 18th. He was as high as 15th, has lost a couple positions between the pit stop and the last restart that we just saw moments ago. Irina Sayre, Mark Witkowski, Kevin Beeler, thanks for tuning in also. Berry isn't a lap down. He's 44 seconds off the lead. On my screen, it showed he was a lap down. I believe for your... you're probably right. Yeah, this because now it's showing like the top. That's why I don't like FoxSports.com. Yeah, I'll take your word for it. He is on the lead lap then. I'll wait to see what it looks like on the NBC graphic. Once it scrolls across. Currently 6 laps to go in stage 1 for Truex. Pit strategy going on. Bubba Wallace on pit road.
Ran, but you have to pit before then so you don't lose a lap. Let's listen into the 23. So you're perfect.
So Wallace not liking the handling of his car. He feels very unsteady through turn 3. Trying to get his way up to speed. He does remain on the lead lap right in front of fellow Toyota driver Martin Truex Jr. Wallace trying to break the draft in the short chute between turns 1 and 2. If he goes a lap down, at least he can get the free pass here. But obviously with short pitting, he would like to stay in the lead lap to try to see if he can leapfrog anybody that would probably pit during this portion of the stage break coming up. Noah Gregson out of the infield care center with Kim Coon.
And 3 winners. And 1 and then 3 to start the race. nobody got in, to be honest, all along. I just started bouncing and got this. I was trying to just limp it till we could get to the caution, tighten up a little bit, but it just took off on me. So definitely a bummer, super early in the race, but thanks to Overstock.com and this whole number 10 team, it hasn't really been the weekend we would have hoped for through practice and qualifying, and now on into the race, so I can't see early. But appreciate all the fans for all the support. And, we'll go on to Indy. Indy will be next weekend and try and enjoy that.
3.5 laps to go in the stage. Truex actually just getting into turn 3, coming up on 3 to go this time by in stage 1. He is definitely closing on the 23 car of Bubba Wallace. About a half a second or so the difference between the two cars. Wallace trying to break the draft now down the Long Pond straightaway. 7.5 miles he's going to have to try to hold on here. We've got more pit stops. Ryan Blaney onto pit road.
He's not going to be alone. There's going to be a bunch of takers behind him. Pit road will close next lap when the leader comes to the start finish. So on board with Ryan Blaney, such a great view. Marty,
Look at the left-hand side of your screen. All those cars coming to pit road. Blaney will be happy with his race car. Looks good in practice yesterday. Just needs a little bit of rear grip. That's his only complaint, but just one number. Ty Gibbs sitting in front of you, Parker.
Right, Marty. He was the leader to start this race. Won the pole, fell back to 6, came on the radio and just said, I'm super loose from that heat cycle on tire stage. Decided to flip this stage. You see here, here's our full field industry.
Ryan Blaney, Ty Gibbs, Zane Smith, Kyle Larson, Austin Cindric. Looks like Ross Chastain also. A handful of drivers that all came in to take 4 fresh tires, top off on fuel before pit road closed at the end of this stage. Now, pit road is closed officially right now. Once the race leader gets to the start-finish line with 2 laps to go at the end of stage 1, stage 2, that is when pit road closes. And obviously with this racetrack at Pocono being long enough, seeing drivers pit a little early, 10th, and Ty Gibbs was in 6th. So there were a few drivers in the top 10 that pitted there, and those 3 didn't even pit during the first wave of pit stops that we had seen prior to the first caution of the race, or during the first caution, I should say. 1 lap to go for Truex. He's got a 1-second lead over his teammate Denny Hamlin. Truex still looking for a win in what is now his final season of full-time Cup Series competition. But at least looking to get his first stage win of the day. It'd be his 3rd of the season. Still in the fight for the championship, even though he doesn't have any race wins. By way of points, he's well above the cutoff line right now. About 2 full races ahead. Not locked into the playoffs, though, quite yet, as we still have only 4 spots available to lock yourself into the playoffs, as we have had 12 different winners so far. Mathematically, there's a chance we could get 16 or more different winners still, as after today we have 5 races left in the regular season. We've seen a lot of new winners over the last month or so in the NASCAR Cup Series schedule, so maybe Truex can get it done here today. Starting off great, winning stage 1, picking up a playoff point, 10 regular season standing points, as he leads the final 13 laps of stage 1. Denny Hamlin 2nd in the first stage, Tyler Reddick 3rd, 1, 2, 3 for Toyota. 2 Chevys rounding out 4th and 5th of William Byron and Chase Elliott. Another Chevy for Hendrick Motorsports in 6th, Alex Bowman, right where he qualified. Joey Logano 7th, Brad Keselowski 8th, Christopher Bell 9th, and Eric Jones gets the final stage point in 10th. So that was the top 10 at the end of stage 1 here today. 30 laps in the books, 160 the total distance in this race, so we have 130 still to go. Matthew J. Perry, thanks for tuning in. Frank Powers, welcome to the stream also. Up to 65 likes. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content. So we glossed over a little bit in the pre-race. Again, the battle for the regular season championship. Kyle Larson leads. Chase Elliott getting stage points here in this first stage. Larson short pitting. Granted, he was in 10th, looking to only get 1 point there. But Larson pits, doesn't get any. Chase Elliott gets 6 for finishing for the regular season championship. And Tyler Reddick, who was 23 points back, gets 8 points in the stage. He's now only 15 points, actually. So Elliott is -5 to Larson in the regular season standings. Tyler Reddick is now -15. And Denny Hamlin is -33 as he gets 9 points. So second through fourth in the regular season standings, all getting points in stage one. Larson doesn't get any. Even Truex, who's fifth in the regular season standings, although he's -70, gets 10 points here for winning the stage to Larson 0. So now he's -60. So tightening up even more. But Larson trying to get strategy to leapfrog in the track position running order. Again, I don't think he's got as good of a car as Byron and maybe even Chase Elliott through practice and qualifying. Bowman looked pretty quick too. I'd say for the most part, Larson, Elliott, and Bowman are fairly equal. 24 definitely seemed to be the best of the bunch yesterday in practice, at least. See if that'll be the case when we get back to racing here shortly. And we'll probably see more pit stops, I would imagine, during the stage one break. It's quite a few drivers who haven't pitted yet that did get stage points here, so they may be at the tail end of the field now. Maybe they'll stay out and pit early under green flag conditions in stage two. That definitely could be an option also.
UC Sports coverage at NASCAR. By William. Let's go. Progressive Insurance. Would you bundle all motorcycle insurance? See progressive.com. And by Credit One. NASCAR American Express car. See, you mentioned it earlier, 3,700 camping sites. The infield of Pocono Raceway, and they're sold out. It's a sold-out track here. A picture perfect for noon. The Pocono Mountains. As the field coming around and the opportunity to make it to pit road, there are going to be a few that are going to stay out. We see those staying on the right side there, and pit's about to take place. Kim?
Tyler Reddick pitting from the third position. You see top left. He said it steps out turn 3 and is way too sketchy. But he told his team, I don't want to tighten it up. But again, it is just way sketchy. Slight air pressure adjustment called by crew chief Billy Scott. Marty.
Kenny Hamlin said his car was a little bit loose in the entry of turn 1, tight in the entry of turn 3. They are going to have to wait on fuel here going all the way to the end of the stage. Hard to believe it's a third playoff point of the year for Truex Jr. He said the turn was great until the 23 got in front of him.
They waited a little bit on fuel, so he'll come out maybe about fourth in line here. The cars that pitted here. Fuel strategy, big part of these pit stops.
So Chase Elliott might have had the advantage coming off of pit road. We mentioned a few stayed out. We'll be embedded with the 12 team and the 38 team if we come back for stage 2.
Handful, more than a handful. There was quite a few that did come onto pit road during the stage 1 caution, which would be our second of the race. Again, the only incidental caution we had in stage 1 was the Noah Gragson incident back on lap 13. Turn 1, he had backed into the wall. He's the only driver out of the race to this point, so he'll finish last in 37th. And the free pass went to J.J. Yaley during the midst of that caution for the stage. That's what it was on this leaderboard, at least. So, I mean, if he didn't actually get the free pass there and he stayed on the lead lap, I apologize for that. And we're having to resort to foxsports.com for our leaderboard, which we know Fox and NASCAR, they don't do the greatest job. Even on their website. Even when they're not actually broadcasting the race. Wife and son are at the race by turn 3. That's awesome, man. Hopefully they enjoy. Pocono's a fun track, I will say, to go to in person. They're all fun when you're there in person. It's gigantic. Scenery around the racetrack's pretty nice, too, in the Pocono mountainy area. A lot of trees. A lot of trees in the area. It's really kind of nestled in the middle of nowhere. Cell service ain't great, but still have a fun time at the racetrack. It looks like Joey Logano is going to be the leader when we get back to racing here. He was one of the drivers that had hit pit road during the first caution of the day on the Gregson incident, so he's probably got about a half a fuel tank left at this point in the run. Should be able to make it to the window to pit early enough in this stage to make it on field at the end of stage 2, I'm sure is the strategy out of that. I'm sure we'll hear more from Steve Letarte, of course, to break down that strategy on the USA Network coverage.
For the chance to win, follow tags. And
Yeah, and Rick, crew chief Brian Bergenti is a Plainville, Connecticut native, and he grew up in mod country. That's how he got his start in racing. And as you're looking at some photos here, he grew up working with and learning from mods legend Ted Christopher. Brian's dad actually raced Ted Christopher. Their shops were next door to each other, so he had been immersed in racing since he was born. You see him there in the white shirt, second or third from the left in that photo with Ted Christopher. But Bergenti has turned those skills into successful career of his own. He now finds himself atop the box for Todd Gillan, has led Todd into a career season, Marty. This is his 15th year in the Cup Series.
You know, Kim, I asked Ryan Blaney why Pocono was so important to him. You would think it was because he got his first career win here, right? He said, actually, no, it goes much further back than that. Ryan Blaney was a young man with his dad, Dave, here, and he got to run quarter midgets at the track here at Pocono. That's a 9-year-old Ryan Blaney winning races here at Pocono on the little track outside. Jeff, you know it as well as anyone. So many drivers, sons and daughters, were able to race out there, have some success, and give them a taste of what it was like to be in a race car. Clearly, that affected Ryan Blaney, and that's one of the big reasons why Pocono is one of his favorite racetracks.
This is a racetrack that the drivers' families love to come to. They had great playgrounds. They had quarter midget racing, dog shows, all kinds of stuff that kids just loved. Had a great time here. And, yep, there was a lot of dirt track racing at night. Some late nights coming back into Motorhome.
And so again, Marty and Kim embedded with the 12 and the 38 teams. We're actually going to be listening in to spotter Britt Anderson for the 38 team of Todd Gillan. He's going to restart 15th, and Britt will take us through the front stretch. And then I was up there with the spotters just a little while ago, and they mentioned how difficult it is going into turn 1 because the cars are actually going away from them where the main spotters are up on the spotter stand. So that's the one difficulty where you just aren't completely sure if you've got someone cleared when you go into turn 1.
It's such a big racetrack, and they're a long way away from you, and it's hard to see if someone's gaining momentum or you're gaining momentum on somebody because you're looking at it from behind. And it is a very difficult job for the spotter. The driver has to know that, though. The driver has to know where the spotter really can't see that well.
All right, headed for the next race start following our second caution of the day. Again, it is Joey Logano outside of row 1 with Brad Keselowski, his former teammate, underneath him. Green flag is back in the air. And we'll get to see how the strategy is going to play out here over the first half of stage 2. A lot of alternating pit strategies with the way the first caution landed back on lap 13. The second yellow for the stage end. Some drivers pitted before, some after. Logano ships it up the hill in turn 1 on the restart, very similar to that of Ty Gibbs on the restart before that. And just like Gibbs, Logano's going to lose a ton of track position. Brad Keselowski's going to come out with the race lead off the exit of the corner. Third place is Christopher Bell. A lot of 2x2 racing in the middle of the pack through the tunnel turn in turn 2. Big momentum surges on that outside lane from the slightly higher banking on the top line of the racetrack, plus staying in the draft down these long straightaways here at Pocono. Even through the short chute in turns in between turns 2 and 3. Fairly long straightaway despite being the shortest of the 3 straightaways on the racetrack. So Keselowski leads his first lap of the day. Logano in the restart fell all the way back to 10th, which is where he was running right before all this strategy play went into hand as we continue on here in the early going of stage 2. And all those drivers who just pitted, the fast cars who were starting up at the front of the field, all in the back half of the field trying to work their way forward. Martin Truex Jr., who won Stage 1, is currently back in the 28th place position. So Logano didn't take off well into the first turn anyway. He was outside row 1 on the restart, and the two cars on the bottom lane were already clear of him. Eric Jones gave Brad Keselowski a great push. Logano may have gotten tagged from behind just a little bit getting into the first turn in that outer lane, which caused him to go wide, and that's why he lost as many positions as he did. Again, Logano falling from 1st to 10th on the restart. When Gibbs ended up going wide on his restart, he fell back to 6th place, but he didn't have contact from behind, which led to that either. So the top 5 following this restart runs with Brad Keselowski in the lead, Eric Jones 2nd, Christopher Bell 3rd, Chris Buescher 4th, and rookie Carson Hocevar is in 5th. Logano trying to battle back on Daniel Suarez as he gets underneath him for 9th. Kyle Busch with a block on Elliott towards the end of the short chute between turns 2 and 3. Busch also to the inside of Corey LaJoie for position as they battle for 12th. Busch clear off turn 3. Slams the door shut. Elliott on fresher tires behind Busch follows. Also to the inside of Corey LaJoie, and he'll look to make the pass for 13th in turn 1. 3 wide behind them. Ty Gibbs in the middle groove. Zane Smith making a bonsai move underneath him. Ryan Blaney in the picture around those two cars as well. Elliott now catching Kyle Busch. He'll clear him before making the dive into turn 2. Able to arc his corner off normally as he was able to slide up in front of Busch before corner entry. Kyle Larson back at 24th on this restart. His teammate Alex Bowman just in front of him, or just behind him rather. Wallace is the next car in line in front of the 5. Larson to the inside of the 23, and again Truex just in front of these group of cars. Truex all the way down on the inside of the racetrack trying to break the draft of those cars that he is battling around for position. Byron 3 wide underneath, Ty Gibbs, and it looks like Harrison Burton through turn 1. Still holding 3 wide off the exit of the corner. Burton gets cleared, and now he's 3 wide with 2 other cars of Ryan Blaney and Zane Smith. Gibbs and Byron stay side by side. Just up in front of him, Truex with a big run. Looking to the bottom behind Blaney. 3 wide now into the tunnel turn. Merging. Wallace had to lift in the dirty air hole. And he loses his spot to Larson, who was fastly approaching him the lap before. Larson finally makes the pass on the 23. So you're kind of in that mix of drivers on older tires and drivers on fresh tires right around where the battling for position is going on in a mad dash in the middle of the pack. So all those fast cars that were up there at the front of stage 1 of them. Again, Elliott was 5th at the end of stage 1. He's first place of the drivers who pitted during the stage 1 break. So this wasn't the drivers who pitted before the end of stage 1. This is the drivers that pitted during the caution at stage 1. Again, Elliott the top running of those. He is currently in 8th. Next closest to him in the running order of those that stayed out to get the stage points on the equal tires as Elliott would be Denny Hamlin in 14th. So he's got a 6-position gap between himself and the next closest car on his strategy. Elliott's setting himself pretty here at stage 2. Lap 42 of 160 overall. Now a 1.8 second lead for race leader Brad Keselowski over Eric Jones. Christopher Bell 2.2 seconds back in 3rd. Chris Buescher 3 seconds off the lead in 4th. Carson Hocevar is 4.8 seconds off the lead in 5th. Chase Briscoe in 6th is 6.1 seconds off the race leader. Chase Elliott now to 7th as he passes Michael McDowell. Elliott 7.2 seconds behind Bad Brad. Michael McDowell 7.5 seconds off the lead. 8 seconds back is Joey Logano in 9th and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 10th place. Stenhouse is I don't know what happened there on our leaderboard. Looking for the interval, saying everybody's a lap down. About to read off the interval there for Keselowski. I really hope NASCAR.com's got the raw feed back up soon. Stenhouse 9.3 seconds off the lead. It just popped up on the NBC pylon on the left side of their screen. Yeah, I've got nothing on NASCAR.com still. For any sort of a raw feed to get our usual live statistics up on the screen. Again, hopefully that is up mid-race at some point, which it usually is in the instances where it's down at the start of the race like it is today. Bradley Thomas, thanks for tuning into the stream as well. B. Dobson, thanks for tuning in. Looks like they're about to head to a commercial break on the USA Network, currently circuiting lap 14 of 65 in stage 2. 160. So we're getting closer to that 100 lap to go mark. We'll go through the full field running order now this time by, so not just the top 10 positions. Again, Brad Keselowski, the race leader. Eric Jones, 2nd. Christopher Bell, 3rd. Chris Buescher, 4th. Carson Hocevar, 5th. Chase Briscoe in 6th. Chase Elliott, 7th. Michael McDowell, 8th. Joey Logano, 9th. And Ricky Stenhouse Jr. still in 10th. Denny Hamlin up to 11th. A few positions gained since we last saw. Daniel Suarez is 12th. Kyle Busch, 13th. Ty Gibbs, 14th. William Byron, 15th. Ryan Blaney, 16th. Corey LaJoie, 17th. Justin Haley, 18th. Martin Truex Jr., 19th. Zane Smith, 20th. 21st is Kyle Larson. Ross Chastain, 22nd. 23rd, Harrison Burton. Bubba Wallace, 24th. Tyler Reddick, 25th. 26th for Austin Cindric. Alex Bowman, 27th. AJ Allmendinger, 28th. Ryan Preece, 29th. And Josh Berry, 30th. 31st, John Hunter Nemechek. Austin Dillon, 32nd. Todd Gillan, 33rd. Daniel Hemrick, 34th. Cody Ware, 35th. JJ place would be Noah Gragson, out of the race, 37th. That is the full field running order at this point in the race. Ty Gibbs has led the most laps so far. He led the first 17 from the pole. 14 laps led for Stage 1 winner Martin Truex Jr. And Brad Keselowski has led 11 laps, during the caution. Joey Logano also led for 3. So those are the only 4 drivers to lead any laps in today's race. Stephen Harvey, thanks for tuning in also. Up to 71 likes on the stream. We're almost halfway to our goal of 150. So again, be sure to hit the like button. Subscribe for more NASCAR content as we continue live commentary coverage of today's Great American Getaway 400 at Pocono. Now you'll listen into more of the USA Network broadcast when they come back from the full screen commercial break. Denny Hamlin cracking the top 10 again as he passes Ricky Stenhouse during the commercial break for position. Chase Elliott has now worked past Chase Briscoe for 6th. So Elliott just outside the top 10.
Even camera angles. That's your streaming experience. This is NASCAR.com/drive. Bar. There's a good shot of this triangular racetrack. I think Shane Ray's for our area coverage today. So a couple names that are using a little different strategy here, running up front. It's like Eric Jones, 2nd place right now.
See the cycle, but I don't mind where these guys are at. They're going to pit one time, make it to the end of stage 2, give themselves an opportunity. And when you talk about a sleeper, look at his career numbers. 12 starts here. 8 of those 12, he has finished inside the top 10. So we talk about a tricky triangle and all the things that can go wrong, Jeff. Eric here with his team going to Toyota. It's going to take a little while for him to get up to speed. So they knew they had to get through this year. It would be difficult. 77 Carson, he is. Every week we see this. He runs well. He has speed. He's a young driver. Guys, getting it done. Learns, making some mistakes, but learning from them. At only 21 years old, here he is with Chase Elliott, the most popular driver and a champion. Cannot get by. Yeah, Luke Lambert on the pit box for Hocevar. If I was Luke right here, this sounds crazy. I'd almost be pulling the reins back. This young man, to your point, Jeff, he is a pedal pusher, man. He flies. He has pace. It's just a little some youthful mistakes. So now, hey, man, let me help you on pit strategies. You're doing a great job. Try to coach him into getting these good runs to the finish.
And Skip issue with the 38.
Yeah, well, he fired up very, very loose this run. He said he's so out of the racetrack, and the problems might be a little bit compounded. Take a listen to Todd's radio.
Look, I might lay down my radar. My computer.
About the tolling being slightly bent, possibly, how is that going to affect the drive of his race car, Steve?
Well, so basically the tolling, we see the brake, and the right rear just kind of flop in and out and lose control of the race car. If you slightly bend it, now you've just changed where that right rear is pointing. It's either pointing a little left or pointed right. So if it's pointed to the right, you're already loose, not good. If it's pointed a little left, you were tight, it's going to drive the car tighter. So Todd already knows the car has changed since he hit the wall. He's associating that with the tolling.
So, Steve, with as big as this racetrack is there any chance that they could fix that at some point during the day, make an adjustment, and get themselves back in the ballgame?
So I do think there is enough time under yellow. What I don't know is, do you know which way it's been, or can you reference it? Maybe by car handling, you can take a guess. But you do have enough time under yellow for sure.
Well, he's not on a damaged vehicle policy or anything like that, so they can take as much time as
Well,
they need to.
even if he went on it, as soon as the next lap he completed, reached minimum speed, he'd go off the clock. So maybe, the notes might say he was on the DVP, but he didn't care.
Yeah. And riding along with the Goodyear on for Gilliland.
And really with Todd this year, there's the kind of mistakes we haven't seen much of, right? I mean, the reason that this has been a career year for him is they've had speed, but also he's managed it well. He's managed the races well. He's done a nice job of getting finishes. They'll take sometimes a 20th place car and finish 15th with it. And that's what you want to see from a young driver. If you can manage races, that's a step that takes some drivers years and years to be able to do. Todd's doing it early in his career.
Couple of motorsports starting next year. Mike McDowell to Spire, and then coming in to see Noah Gregson, that announcement passed last week. And Marty, what's going on with the 12?
Rick, as we're embedded with the 12 team, I want to introduce you to Raymond Fox, who's the car chief for Ryan Blaney. And the Fox family goes way back in racing. It started with his grandfather, Ray Sr., who owned his own team at one point, also worked for Junior Johnson as well. Ray Jr. worked for Robert Yates Racing for years, and then the third generation. That's where he started, Robert Yates Racing as well, Raymond, but he's been at Penske for the last 12 years. And you saw the shot of him a moment ago, and you see him here in the still picture. The fourth generation of the Fox family starts literally today. Justin, his son, is a rear tire changer for Harrison Burton in his first ever race this afternoon. Raymond told me, I'm more nervous than I've ever been in my life to watch my son do a live pit stop for the first time in a Cup Series race. Incredibly, the Fox family has been a part of NASCAR since 1955. It looks like that streak will continue for a long time to come. And Jeff, there might not be a better example of how NASCAR is a family sport than the Fox family.
Yeah, so committed and have made an impact on the sport. They work hard. They've been very innovative. Part of what makes NASCAR great. Racing on the tracks. Blaney and Busch. Blaney with his hand up in there. Hey, man, I had the outside of you. I was coming around you. Took that away from me. That's Blaney, though. He's expressive. He gets a little angry. He gets it out. He's okay. We've seen Parker wear the open mic in the Xfinity Series race. I'd like to see a Blaney open mic.
Well,
Oh, geez.
it's a year ago when he was winning the championship, but he had Ross Chastain and he couldn't go by him. He was so frustrated. Obviously, we saw a little bit of frustration. Problems for Ross Chastain. And he's going to get into the wall. So the one of Chastain has had a problem. You see the right rear is wrinkled on that. It looks like that happened prior to this most recent run-in with the wall, but the caution has come out. It's the third caution of the day. He was running 25th.
So we talked playoffs at the beginning of the show. Dale Jarrett and I in front of the grid. We talked about, how would Chastain and Buescher be feeling about potential new winners? And I made the statement that it was impossible for somebody to point their way in because history would say it's never even been close. Only 3 points have been made up from now to the playoffs. But, I mean, put big asterisks. You also have to understand the situation. With the one having issues, if you're Bubba Wallace in the 23, I know he doesn't like how his car's running. But, man, I think this is information I would give my driver to try to motivate him to manage this thing. That's a big shot for the one, Jeff.
Yeah, he was out of the groove when he came into the picture, obviously just sideways and trying to catch it.
That's turn 3.
That thing, he's turning the car, trying to save it. The right rear hooks the wall. When it does, it just slings the right front into it. And yeah, I'm with you, Steve. That is big damage.
Morning.
And Rick, an interesting comment from Ross Chastain just a moment ago as you see him coming down pit road. Steve, he said he lost steering before he lost the right front. Definitely not tracking the right way. Ross Chastain, who was near the cut line. This is going to be big for this one team.
Wow, that's a big. We'll have to see exactly what happened, losing steering before actually making contact. If you look on the grid, you know, Keselowski on the graphic, Jones, Bell, they'll all be coming to pit road. The question mark I have is Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex Jr. If they are truly committed to only stopping 2 more times in this race, this isn't really one pit or not pit here when pit road opens. It's going to be a tough decision for these crew chiefs.
That's a tough situation. I've been in that before where you drive down in the corner and you have power steering. Everything's fine. And then you lose it. And what happens is that you can't turn the car. You get yourself in a situation where, oh my goodness, the car won't turn.
So you're thinking like entering 3, lose power steering, and then you end up spinning out because of that.
Well, because he's out of the groove.
Makes sense.
Right? He gets in there and he puts effort into the wheel like you normally would. The car doesn't turn, more effort, but you're out of the groove. And now you're into all the dirt and all the stuff that you don't have any grip. And then the car turns around and then you hit the wall, Marty. And Ross Chastain is done for the day. They're looking at the damage on the right front, Steve, and they have decided it is too much. They cannot fix it, so they're going to push this car to the garage. 6 races left in the regular season, including this one. This one's going to be a big impact on the playoffs.
Yeah, now the question is, can Bubba Wallace overcome this? Can he find something in his car that'll make it more comfortable? Chastain's going to run 36th, right? Gregson's already out of the race and started 7th. I know what you mean, Jeff, because you know that lane assist? That's like losing steering as I go in the corner.
Unfortunate end for Ross Chastain here at Pocono. Well, you can join NASCAR's free rewards program and start earning points that turn into member-only rewards. You can earn points every time you check in for a race, either from home or at the track. Visit NASCAR.com/fan rewards. Plenty of fans here enjoying today's race. A lot of different vantage points. We see a lot of fans up on top of campers in the infield, riding along with Red Street on board. Boston Dillon, they've had a brake issue today.
Not the track you want brake issues at. It's so fast into these corners.
Embedded with the 12 team, right on with Brian's on board, Ryan Blaney.
The pit road is open this time around, Jeff. Keselowski, Jones, the front of the field, I think we know what's happening. I just have a few question marks. It would be really hard not to kind of follow the masses on pit road here and get everybody squared up. Jim.
And teammates Chris Buescher and Brad Keselowski dealing with the same issue. They both said struggling in 3, specifically middle off. They both need a tiny bit more turn. You see Chris top left, Brad top right. They're going to get 4 fresh Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel, and a slight air pressure adjustment. Don't wait on fuel, Marty.
Jim, this is very interesting. Most of the cars coming to pit road, very few stayed out. Christopher Bell said go halfway back on the last adjustment.
Right, Marty, in the bottom right of your screen there, Eric Jones pit from 2nd place. They will have to wait on fuels. You see most of the fuel come down, as you mentioned. A lot of 2 tires and a lot of store fuelers. You know, Denny Hamlin will win the race off pit road.
And a little strategy there with a 2-tire stop for quite a few teams. Problems with steering for the one of Ross Chastain. Slams into the wall in turn 3. And he now is the 2nd car out of the race here at Pocono.
All right, so we are under caution for the 3rd time today. 2nd for incident, Ross Chastain getting into the wall hard in turn 3 will put an end to his day. No stage points in stage 1 for Chastain, and he's going to end up getting just 1 point for his finishing position back in 36th. So Tough break for him. Again, he's still winless above the cutoff line. He'll still remain above the cutoff line following this race today, but opportunity is there for somebody like Bubba Wallace, Kyle Busch, try to make up that points deficit. I mean, remember, Kyle Busch came in almost 2 races behind the cutoff line into this race today with only 6 races to go. It's the kind of help he needed. He didn't get any stage points in stage 1, but he was running inside the top 15 after starting at the tail end of the field today. So he's made up quite a few positions. Doesn't look to have any sort of like race winning speed in that car, but got to salvage a solid day, finish all the laps. And, you know, a top 10, top 15 finish, he'll eat into that points deficit quite a bit on a day like today. So we'll see what he can do. Susan Greenland, Hercules Harrigan, thanks for tuning into the stream also. About halfway to our like goal. We are working on trying to get to 150 likes on the stream. So Denny Hamlin won the race off of pit road. It appears that we may have had a few drivers stay out of the pits. And we definitely saw a couple of 2-tire stop strategies versus some taking 4. So a little bit of a mixed bag at the front of the field now. Ty Gibbs, Austin Cindric, Josh Berry all stayed out of the pits to get the track position back. Gibbs, who started on the pole, has led 20 laps in this race today. Martin Truex Jr., who won stage 1, has led for 14 laps. Also 20 laps led for Brad Keselowski from that last restart, and 3 laps led during a caution period for Joey Logano. Those are the only 4 drivers to lead in the race today. 5 lead changes amongst those 4 different leaders, with Gibbs now leading for the second time. And again, this is our 3rd caution, 2nd for incident. Lap 95 would mark the end of stage 2. Again, the first stage was 30 laps, stages 2 and 3, each 65 laps in length.
Brought to you by Ashley. Shop in store, online. Mutual Insurance, paying for what you need. And by Talk Wireless. Kim, I'm not sure the 38 team's going to be asking you back to be embedded as soon as you give this information.
Yeah, they did have a penalty during that stop, but we know driver Todd Gillan was born into a racing family, but so was his fueler, Christopher Webb. Chris's dad, also named Chris, is a former jackman and gasman, spending 17 years going over the wall on pit road. You see Chris Sr. and Chris Jr. right there. And so it was only natural that Christopher followed in his father's footsteps. And now the two actually, they get to work together. Front Row Motorsports uses their Penske Alliance to fill the pit crew roster. That photo you're seeing right there, the little guy holding the flag, that is Christopher Webb, the fueler from the 38 car. And so Chris Sr. works for Team Penske in the pit department, helping build the jacks. So these two, they work side by side, week after week. And Chris told me it's always been a dream of him. He thought, and he was able to land a job in the sport. He said his dad had always told him he could do whatever he wanted. He said, but I do think he was very proud with the decision I made to be on pit road in terms of my career.
Oh, that's such a great story. It's awesome photos. You see the gas man right there working on his dry brakes. He sprays that silicone to help the seal, because this is really a pretty complicated system in general. So if we take a look at our Toyota virtual car, we just kind of break down how these gas cans work. We talk so much about fuel mileage. Well, the first thing you have to do is fill them up. Remember the old school, back when Chris Sr. was a gas man, there was a catch can guy back there venting the air. No longer have a catch can man. So we cut this apart and we plug the fuel can in. When we engage the fuel can, you're going to see these 2 cones kind of come together. Now, the yellow arrows, that's fuel dumping into the race car. The blue arrows, that's air coming out. That's where the catch can man used to come into work. That air goes up into that vent. When the fuel is full, the fuel then fills those blue arrows, fills that clear can, and that's how you know the car is filled. Now, the problem is, if you misalign that at all and get upside down with no vent, Rick, it goes very slow, and that messes up the entire pit stop. Fueling, more important than ever here in NASCAR.
And I did want to reference the 38 got caught for speeding. That was the unfortunate news. Parker, what's going on?
Well, Steve, I want to point this out. We talk a lot about fuel. We've seen some drivers and teams elect to take 2 tires because they feel like they're not worth any performance. But this is the right front off Eric Jones showing the cords here. That was just basically 1 full fuel run. So maybe here at Pocono, maybe some right front tire issues.
So the driver talking, or the crew chief talking, not the driver, Jeff. At least it's the right side. because I imagine anytime you come down pit road, I'll at least get rights.
All right, we're listening in now to Tim Bedowa, who is the spotter for Ryan Blaney.
Getaway. I'm ready. Trigger gain all over here, one up front. When you get there now, I'll be with you, Neil. You know what? Top three, top three, top three, top three. Top three, just got the green drive here. We're going to push you, those top three, two that. 9 off, you make one. Top three, 43 on the bottom. You know, the 6 bumper clear, 2 wide, half back, clear by 1. Half to the 6. Come inside, 3 wide, clear. All clear by 2. Whatever you need here. He's on 6. I'm stuck right now. By 1 Armstrong. You have the 71 clear. By himself by 2 in front. Not pushing it. Tim Bedowa, really good spotter. Also a good race car driver. He won 4 Xfinity races. Won 2 at Nazareth, 1 at South Walton Speedway, 1 at New Hampshire. Kind of that driving career ended, and as soon as it did, became a spotter, and he is one of the very best.
We actually heard 2 voices there, and some teams are using 2 spotters because of the difficulty of seeing in turn number 1. Dave Nichols, tire specialist for that team, is subbing as the second spotter.
You got to balance the more accurate vision with 2 people on the radio at the same time, or potentially, tight race between teammates.
And he bounced up the racetrack as he went through turn 2. That's Elliott in the 9 that's making the pass now on Bowman.
Yeah, tense the battling is back here. You know, we talked about the lead a lot. Josh Berry is leading this race. Remember, he spun earlier. His strategies got him out front. But this back here is chaos. It is hand-to-hand combat.
Most in line. You see the 22 of Logano, though. Busch on his outside. 2 Fords fighting for position here as they go down Long Pond straightaway.
See what Joey's doing? He's put that right front fender on his left rear quarter panel. That drives air to the spoiler of the car on the outside and slows him down. Had he not done that, the 17 would have cleared him. And if it would have been an easy pass, now the 7 making it 3 wide, that's Pocono. If you don't complete a pass, both of you are slower on corner exit. The guys behind you will take advantage of it. Now, Logano says, all right, you're on the bottom of me. I'm going to stay on the outside of you. I've got some trap with the car in front of me and clear you back. That is Pocono to a T right there. You have to complete that pass. If not, someone's going to come from behind and get you.
Interesting kind of cat and mouse game happening at the front of the field. We have this 4 of Josh Berry last on pit road at 33. Hamlin at 55. Gibbs behind him at 27. As much as you want to lead, I do believe there's some advantage. The 4 and the 54, I need to find a couple laps of fuel savings. So if you do see the 4 get passed, then I think the 54 doing it behind the 11 now, using that draft to try to save a little gas, maybe reduce the number of shifts as well.
Byron took in behind the 54 of Gibbs. Again, Gibbs starting on pole, fell back in the first stage. Berry up front. He's now led 4 laps and trying to add to that, but he has Denny Hamlin right behind him, running in his shadow.
I hate to see this duo getting split up. I just think Josh Berry and Ronnie Chilzer are kind of finding their own right here. Halfway through year 1, you start to see them cycle to the front of these races a little bit. Both have opportunity next year, but I would have loved to see if they could stay together.
Chase Elliott out of line as we see Mark Truex Jr. loses spots to Chase. Marty.
A moment ago, Chris Gavehart told Denny Hamlin, we are good to the end of the stage. Those you're racing around are not. And then he gave him some very important information. Listen in. While we're in the stage, hopefully you're not racing the guy in front of you. So, Jeff, how much information do you want on a day when strategy is all over the map? And for Chris Gavehart, he was that information for Denny Hamlin. Every driver's different. Some drivers just want to know very little. Denny, I think, is one of those guys that has ultimate trust in Gabehart and crew chief. They talk a lot. They challenge each other a lot. So I think Gabehart wants Hamlin in on the strategy. He wants him. He wants both of those guys to be thinking the same thing. This is what I'm thinking, Denny. This is what I need you to do. And Denny will buy in. Denny has full trust.
Very analytical duo.
Yes.
They talk about their rating system. They have their own strong language in how they races.
You mentioned the duo of Josh Berry and Rodney Childers, the successes that they're trying to enjoy here as the second half of the season will close out their relationship together. Josh Berry, a lot of things going on in his life. They're actually expecting their second child in October. So, wife Jenny is looking forward to that in addition to the family, but a lot of things changing, as we mentioned before. Josh Berry will be with Wood Brothers Racing in 2025. Looking back here at Martin Truex Jr. in front of Blaney. Those two running in the 6th and 7th position. Chase Elliott up in the top 5.
Commercial break now on the USA Network. We'll go through the full field running order once again. Circuiting lap 64 of 160. Josh Berry is currently your race leader. Denny Hamlin second. Ty Gibbs third. William Byron fourth. And Chase Elliott is in fifth. Sixth is Martin Truex Jr. Ryan Blaney seventh. Austin Cindric eighth. Brad Keselowski ninth. And Alex Bowman is in the 10th place position. At 11th is Eric Jones. Kyle Larson 12th. Chris Buescher 13th. Christopher Bell 14th. Zane Smith 15th, Joey Logano 16th, 17th for Corey LaJoie, Chase Briscoe 18th, Tyler Reddick 19th, and Ryan Preece is 20th. Eric Jones at 21st, Michael McDowell 22nd, AJ Allmendinger 23rd, 24th for Jonathan Nemechek, Daniel Suarez 25th, Bubba Wallace 26th, Carson Hocevar 27th, Harrison Burton 28th, Austin Dillon 29th, Justin Haley 30th. Todd Gillan 31st, Kyle Busch 32nd, Cody Ware 33rd, Daniel Hemrick 34th, JJ Haley 35th. Ross Chastain out of the race will finish 36th, and Noah Gragson will finish 37th. That is the full field running order. Current race leader Josh Berry still out in front. He's led 7 laps now as he stays ahead of Denny Hamlin. Just a 0.3 of a second lead over Hamlin, so definitely looking to take over that race lead sometime soon is Denny. Yet in this race. Although we're under 100 laps left, again, it takes over 50 seconds to get a full lap in here around this 2.5 mile tricky triangle. Long Pond, Pennsylvania. Hate to speak of this too soon, but there was no rain in the forecast today. This will be the first NASCAR Cup Series Sunday that we have had no rain implications since Gateway. Back in June, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, Sonoma. Sonoma back in June. Each race on the USA Network has had some sort of a rain delay either before or during the race. At Iowa, Nashville, Chicago last week, so it's going to be the first time in 4 weeks we might have a no rain implicated Cup race. We did have some with the Truck Series race on Friday, so maybe that was our fixing of rain for the weekend.
Front. Denny, you've been all over the back of the 4-car, Barry, right there. You see how much center of the corner speed he's able to roll. Josh, just no defense of that. I think Josh smartly gives the spot us. He could have fought a little bit harder, but to Steve's point earlier, maybe a little bit of opportunity to save a little bit of fuel.
You look at the longest streaks of races led, and Denny Hamlin now being up front puts it at 10 straight. The only one better, Richard Petty. He's tied Jeff Gordon and Darrell Waltrip.
Battle right here. Chase Elliott trying to get by Ty Gibbs on the bottom time. Hand out the window. That means you're going to concede the spot, but that's not what happened right here.
It might not have been a wave. There might have been another hand signal there. We take a look at the Xfinity fastest lap. It was turned by Ty Gibbs on lap 3. Averaged around here at over 167 miles an hour.
Saw the hand too, Jeff. I'm not sure exactly what's going on with these two, but they stacked them up behind them for sure.
20.
Hassler, so you're on long first activity at lap 55. What's the play from here?
I think our Wabash Sports, I think everybody's about 2 stops away, so certainly just going to try to minimize pit road and time on pit road, get ourselves out front.
Would the theory be, with everyone who pitted at lap 55, that the final stop of the day would then in turn be shorter for you guys, and that would give you an advantage?
Yeah, we certainly have an advantage over a few guys that have stayed out. Need to take a little bit more fuel.
There you go. So, Jonathan, playing the strategy here. I can tell you all these screens here, Steve, going off with strategy everywhere. SMT right here, a lot to process for this race team. 2 more stops left for everybody.
Jonathan Hassler with perhaps the best non-answer I've ever heard. Well, everybody's going to stop a couple times. Some are going to take a little bit more fuel than others. I mean, that is so well done. And the reason is because he knows everybody's listening. So what he means by that, it's very simple, right? Everyone only needs to stop twice, but when do you do it, and do you choose to stop an extra time? Because we know that in 25 laps, the stage will end, which really changes this plan. We have Josh Berry and Ty Gibbs. They're close to running on fuel. We're talking just a handful of laps away, but guys like Ryan Blaney and really the majority of the field were all on lap 55. So they can make it to the end of the stage if they so choose. So I actually think the big decision for these guys are going to come with like 3 to go in that stage. How you do it there. First thing, though, is can Berry and Gibbs stretch their tanks far enough to get to that window? Remember, it's like a road trip. If you're driving across country, you want to make sure you go far enough into the road trip that when you fill up with gas, you don't have to stop again, right? You want to be able to make your destination. That's really this whole strategy for Gibbs and Berry. They are trying to get to a magical number. That way they have confidence they only have to stop 1 more time.
So that's the strategy side. There are 2 cars right now that are out of the race. Noah Gragson was early in the first stage, and then early in stage 2, it was Ross Chastain who ended up out of the race. We see the pass here by Blaney. Just moments ago, Kim caught up with Ross.
Ross Chastain out of the care center. Walk us through that incident.
I just spun out, Kim. Yeah, just spun out. Not much more to say for our Busch Light Beach Chevy. Too much gas and it's a wall.
It's Ross Chastain. This certainly complicates things as it currently stands. Looks outside the playoff picture.
Yeah, we had heard he said something about power steering, and I thought, well, maybe that had something to do with it. But listen to Ross Chastain right there. That had nothing to do with it. He just simply lost control of his car.
Austin Cindric on pit road now. Steve, is this a strategy that we're seeing?
Yeah, he's in that same group as Berry and Gibbs that I mentioned. He was a little further back, but now he's heading in front of you, Marty.
Yeah, he was the furthest back of those who needed to come here definitely in this stage. They were running 11th at the time when they came to pit road here. So that kind of gives you an indication of when Josh Berry and Ty Gibbs will have to come to pit road as well. They're going to have to wait on fuel here for Austin Cindric. And again, 1 more stop for this team.
Now that you see where the cars are, these guys are heading into 3 right here. There's your leader on the front stretch. The 2 leaving pit road. I think we'll be able to get up front of the 11 of Denningham. It's a good execution. No other takers yet. And this is that part of the race when we talk about, hey, how much do the drivers want to know? And even the crew chief. It's still a long. We haven't got halfway in the race yet.
Right. Well, and we talked about Cindric just rolling off pit road. It's qualifying laps. When I get put in that position where I know I have to be perfect, the leader's behind me, I have 2 tires, that's an opportunity for me just to go run as fast as I can. You can't make mistakes, but you have to push. You have to be making as much lap time as you can to try to get away from him.
And Steve, they have to pack these things completely full, correct? Because you had told me earlier 40 to 42 laps. If I add those 2 together and he only does 1 more stop, he's still 2 laps short of getting to 160.
So they know they're going to get yellows at the end of the caution. They're already banking and saving in. But for sure, remember the dry break we talked about, you have to be full. That's the assumption. And that's really what makes the pit of your stomach feel bad is it's so easy to get in an air bubble. We're talking 1 big, tall coffee, right? 12 ounces, 16 ounces. That's all it takes to completely ruin your strategy. So that is your concern in these situations.
Byron, spot to Brad Keselowski here as the 6 goes by. Laughing up to 7th. Mark Truex Jr. still holding on to 6th.
And Hamlin's doing a nice job because remember, you have to be close enough to the leader to pit under green. So as he stretches out to a 3-second lead, he's kind of shutting the opportunity, Jeff, for guys mid-pack to pit before the end of the stage. Remember, we saw that in stage 1. Hamlin's out there going as fast as he can for 21 more laps. He's trying to shut those guys off in like 10th, 11th, 12th. You're going to be so far behind me, you can't pit without losing a lap.
And that's the advantage in having a fast race car team. You can set the tempo. You can make everybody have to match yours. And a fast race car is a major advantage to see Ty Gibbs coming on pit road.
Parker.
And Steve, you called it exactly on the numbers. Lap 74, they said they couldn't have pit road. It was really close though and tight. Now I know that. For the last 2 laps, they've been telling him to keep an eye on the fuel pressure and just flip his switch if he needs to loose inside that car, handling wide, and they try to find themselves their second to last stop here. Or Ty Gibbs, 14, you see an adjustment in the right rear. They will wait on the fuel here, filling as much as they possibly can.
Absolutely, Parker. It's all about that gas man right there. You see Wade driver doing a nice job. Gas man staying plugged in as long as he can.
We'll see Josh Berry here soon, right?
Yeah, he had a couple laps more fuel than Gibbs. So I think he's probably going to try to run maybe 1 or 2 more. You mentioned, it's really, really close. Well, we could have overtime. We could have other things. So he's going to try to run those extra. Hand out the window by Chase Elliott. Appreciating the help off 3.
So if you're at home, you just heard Steve talk about we might have overtimes. 77 of 160. Why are we talking about the end of the race? Because the strategy you play now dictates what you can do at the end of the race. And that's how these crew chiefs have to make. They can't think about right now. They got to be thinking about what you're going to be doing, 100 laps from now. That's how they have to think.
And the worst part, Rick, is when you get it wrong in strategy. Just like the driver knows if he maybe made a mistake, but when you get the strategy wrong, the crew chief, you're normally the first to know. And everybody else on the team's kind of excited. And you're sitting there going, no, I messed this up. I'm on the wrong lap, or we don't have enough fuel.
And also, from a driver's standpoint, when you're out here to see Josh Berry hit pit road,
now you just can't have a mistake, Jeff, right? Don't speed, no penalties.
no bad pit stops. Everybody has to execute.
And here is Josh Berry during that shot. He just saying, just needs to be a little bit more comfortable. He's going to put it a bit tight, so that's just something he's found out all day. Slight air pressure adjustment. You see them waiting on fuel under this screen and reminding him not to speed. This is very easy to speed because it's such a long pit road on the front straightaway.
Such a great shot right there. You saw the live fuel come up into that thing. That's the signal. So check it out right here. The gas man goes over. Normally it's all about changing tires. They have changed their whole orchestration of this pit stop. This tire changer, he knows it's not about him. Watch him. He kind of stops. Nope. Fuel man's more important. I'm going to let him go. And then watch right here. Watch this hose. It's most important. That thing has to be full of fuel and solid. No air bubbles. 2 steps. That is an athlete. To take those 2 steps and get that can unplugged. So well done by the 4 car.
And Rodney Childress, the crew chief, he's watching that. He's watching that too. When he sees that thing fill up, then he's saying, go, go, go. And it's an orchestrated. It really is. I mean, everything they do is orchestrated. Any mistake by anybody, it doesn't work. But you talk about NASCAR being teamwork, that shows you how important it is.
Works till anything is possible.
Full screen commercial break, or sorry, side screen commercial break. It looks like on the USA Network, so a little NASCAR nonstop there. Denny Hamlin is currently the race leader. He has led the most recent 12 laps of the race. This is the first time he has been out in front today. We're at lap 79 of 160, so a lap shy of the halfway mark so far. Chase Elliott 4.8 seconds off the lead in second. Ryan Blaney 6.7 seconds back in third. Martin Truex Jr. 8 seconds off the lead in fourth. Brad Keselowski 8.4 seconds off the lead in fifth. Chris Buescher at 9.5 seconds back. William Byron 11.8 seconds back in seventh. Eric Jones 12 seconds off the lead in eighth, having a pretty solid day today. Kyle Larson in ninth, 13.6 seconds back, and Alex Bowman 14.4 seconds off the race leader Hamlin in 10th. So that's the top 10 in the running order, the intervals between them at this point in the race. So Denny Hamlin leading the way. We'll have 15 laps to go in stage 2 this time by. And again, we'll have to wait to see who's going to stay out to get the stage points, who's going to short pit to try to get an advantage for potential shot at the race win on how this strategy all ends up playing out. And it'll also be interesting to see exactly where Josh Berry, Ty Gibbs are going to end up cycling back into those cars that will pit before the end of the stage, considering they have already made their pit stops and they have fresher tires, clean air to try to make some lap time up. Raw feed on NASCAR.com, by the way, still down at the moment. Yeah. It's unfortunate. Oh, there he goes. No, it's up. It is up. We've got our usual leaderboard back. It only took until halfway through the race. It took half the race, but we have our typical leaderboard back up on the channel, so I'll get the camera adjusted on the bottom of the screen. So there we go. See all our usual statistics up there, and you can see the full leaderboard. Again, 14 laps to go at stage 2. The only drivers who have any sort of shot of potentially making it on one more stop would be Austin Cindric, Ty Gibbs, and Josh Berry, who would all be towards the tail end of the lead lap as of right now. Nobody is a lap down on the racetrack outside of the 2 cars that are obviously done for the day, Ross Chastain and Noah Gragson. Update on how the pre-race predictions are to where we're currently at. Denny Hamlin was one of the must-have picks. He was my number 2 pick to win the race today. He's currently in the lead. Number 1 pick, Tyler Reddick, has been outside the top 10 for a while. He didn't have a great pit stop at the end of stage 1 when he was 3rd at the end of the first stage. Found himself back in traffic. He's currently 13th, slowly working his way through the field. And then the number 3 pick to potentially win the race today, William Byron, is still in the top 10. Byron is in 7th. So 2 for 3 in the must-haves at this point in the race. Sleeper picks as of right now, Ty Gibbs on an alternate strategy. Still has pace for top 10, but on the leaderboard, he has currently scored in 34th. So he's not on the top 10. Josh Berry on the same strategy as Gibbs is 1 spot ahead of him in 33rd, so slightly better pit stop for the 4 team. Plus just being a little bit, obviously, ahead of Gibbs from when Gibbs hit pit road as well. And Bubba Wallace, 24th, has not shown a lot of speed today like he did in practice yesterday. Didn't qualify particularly well either, but he's been outside the top 20 for most of this race. So he is back at 24th. So all 3 of the sleeper picks are outside the top 20 right now. See how that plays out. But again, Berry and Gibbs, strategy-wise, they could still get a top 10 out of this, assuming they can make it on fuel for 1 more stop, which Berry is going to be a couple laps better than what Ty Gibbs is from when Gibbs pitted. So they're definitely going to have to save fuel during the stage caution at lap 95, and if we get any more yellows the rest of the way as well. We're not guaranteed any more cautions after that. It's currently our longest green flag run of the day. About 40 laps of green flag action. If we go green to the end of this second stage, rather. Oh, little contact and a hit into the wall for Carson Hocevar. Battling with Todd Gillan. Both cars got up against the wall off turn 1. Hocevar shut the door on Gillan. Gillan had his nose there, and yeah, both cars definitely made contact with the wall. Hocevar scored 27th, Gillan 25th. Austin Dillon and Todd Gillan were both able to get by Hocevar after that contact with the wall. Justin Haley also just passed Carson now for 27th. The 3 don't have picks. 2 of them in the top 10 right now. Brad Keselowski, Chris Buescher. I said that they'd both finish outside the top 10. They're running 5th and 6th. Oh boy, yeah. Brad's definitely showing more speed than he did yesterday. I'll say that much. Same for Chris. So good runs for those guys so far. Chase Briscoe would have been the other one of those on the don't have list. He's currently 15th. I believe that's as high up in the leaderboard as he has been today, so a decent run for Chase Briscoe. We're down to 9 laps to go in the first stage of the race. A 4.9 second lead again for Denny Hamlin over Chase Elliott. Ryan Blaney in third place is 7.1 seconds off the lead. Martin Truex Jr. fourth, 9.4 seconds back. Brad Keselowski right there with Truex at the fifth place position. And Brad is 9.7 seconds off the lead. So that's the top 5. Still, again, the intervals between them. Our average race speed at this point is 135.61 miles per hour into this race after the drop of the green flag. A little past the halfway point currently, and the only 3 cautions we've seen today was the stage 1 break at lap 30, which was a second yellow, the 2 incidental cautions, stage 1 lap 13 for Noah Gragson, turn 1 got loose, backed it into the wall, and then Ross Chastain lost control of his car in turn 3 at lap 52. Both those drivers out of the race. The intervals really between Hamlin and Elliott have stayed at about 5 seconds or just under a 5-second difference between the two cars. They're pretty much trading lap times back and forth. That last lap, Elliott was quicker than Hamlin, but only by 1/100th of a second. So he's definitely not eating into that lead. Ryan Blaney in third place ran a 54.85 to a 7.6 and a 7.5 for Elliott and Hamlin. So he's about 1/10 of a second slower, at least on that last lap compared to the 11 and the 9 cars ahead of him. Now that last lap, Ryan Blaney was quicker than both Hamlin and Elliott, so top 3 all trading lap times with one another. This goes to show again how equal the top competitors in the field are on a weekly basis. And I figured that would be the case here this weekend at Pocono, just because based off practice qualifying from yesterday, I really felt when I was looking at the driver lineup for this race today, starting lineup, going through all my race stats, I thought it was going to be between about 7 different drivers that could have won this race, and it wouldn't have surprised me. Obviously, I was able to narrow it down to 3 from that. I usually would every weekend. Hamlin was one of those 3, but I really didn't see Ryan Blaney necessarily competing for a race win today. I could have seen him maybe getting a top 5 because he had the best long-run speed of any Fords. I definitely didn't see Keselowski and Busch are up in 5th and 6th like they are right now, on speed nonetheless, for those 2 RFK Fords, as they were well behind in practice yesterday. Both practice and qualifying, they were outside the top dozen. So they've definitely worked on their cars well over the course of this one here today to get to where they're at right now. And they'll have 2 more pit stops to try to make it even better on the adjustment side of things to help the handling of the race cars. Elliott 4.5 seconds, not making any mistakes as he's got a pretty big lead late in the stage. And obviously we'll also have to wait and see if we get any green flag pit stops before the end of stage 2. Very good chance that we will. For Hamlin, Elliott, Blaney, will they pit before the end of the stage or will they try to get the stage points? Each of the top 3 in the running order are locked into the playoffs. Really, Martin Truex Jr., the only driver in the top 6 that doesn't have a win. Chris Buescher on pit road from 7th. 8.8 second pit stop for Chris Buescher. He was actually in 6th place. I apologize on that. 6th place, Chris Buescher pits for his Ford tire stop with 5 laps to go in stage 2. So trying to get a couple laps of fresh tires, I think, compared to those that are going to pit here. And we'll see if he can leapfrog anybody in the running order as a result of that. Buescher still trying to get up to speed, but it looks like he's going to cycle in front of the 54, 4, and 2 that had already made their pit stops much earlier in the stage. Hamlin still leads, now 3.7 seconds ahead of Chase Elliott. If Hamlin's going to pit before the end of the stage here, I wouldn't be backing off of it too much. If he stays out to get the stage points, I guess it doesn't matter, but don't want Elliott to close that gap, have a couple seconds slower. Nobody else hit pit road from the top 10 that last time by at the line. And again, pit road closes with 2 laps to go in the stage when the leader gets to 2 to go at the start-finish line. Here comes Ryan Blaney, 3 to go in the stage now. Hamlin stayed out on the track again, but Blaney is in from 3rd. Truex from 4th also in.
A little bit tighter the longer they ran. And 3. Here was the answer. Man, you run over handling issues for Truex and said, we really need to work on the long run. That's big things that makes it
Longer pit stop, it looks like, for the 19 versus the 12. Showed 12.6 for Blaney. It looked a little longer than that for Truex. He's going to cycle well behind the 12 car. And Truex definitely waited on gas quite a bit because he's going to cycle out behind both Ty Gibbs and Josh Berry. Ryan Blaney, along with, again, Chris Buescher, cycled ahead of the 54 and the 4. So a pretty lengthy stop waiting on gas there for Martin Truex Jr. Really trying to make sure it was going to get packed full. He will stay on the lead lap, though. But he's definitely going to end up losing a couple positions when we get this final stage restarted. We are to 2 to go on the stage, so Hamlin decided to stay out. Again, he's got about a 5-second lead over Chase Elliott. Hamlin going to try to pick up these regular season points and continue to fight back into the regular season title hunt. Going to outscore Larson by double-digit points today through Stage 1 and Stage 2. Same for Chase Elliott. Elliott's going to get to within a few points of Larson now when the final stage begins in the race for the regular season title. Elliott running 2nd after finishing 5th in Stage 1. Hamlin, who was 2nd in Stage 1, 1st in Stage 2. He'll get the most stage points of any driver today of 19. I just realized I closed the NASCAR point standings up on myself earlier. Got so excited that the raw feed was back and I closed the point standings out. Wanted to keep that available so I had driver season statistics still on my screen. This will be the 5th stage win of the year for Denny Hamlin. That's what I was looking for. So 5th stage win of the season for Denny Hamlin. This time by as he works his way off of turn 3. We'll capture the 2nd green, white, checkered flag of the day. Looks like Kyle Busch in the 8 car also pitted before the end of the stage and was right in front of the 11 as they came to the stage end. Chase Elliott 2nd in Stage 2, Brad Keselowski 3rd, William Byron 4th, Eric Jones in 5th, Kyle Larson 6th, Alex Bowman in 7th, Christopher Bell 8th, Joey Logano 9th, Tyler Reddick 10th. So that was the top 10 at the end of Stage 2. For today's race. Fantasy is now all locked up here at the end of Stage 2. We have a diecast showing during the Stage 2 break, and we also have to close the poll out. Unpin my comment from earlier. The raw feed's obviously available now. We're using that currently. 138 votes were casted for who you thought was going to win today's race. And by a landslide here, 52% of you say somebody other than Hamlin, Reddick, or Byron will get the win. Hamlin, who just won Stage 2, had 18% of those votes, 20% for William Byron, and only 8% for Tyler Reddick. Reddick was 10th at the end of the stage, and Byron was 4th. So we'll see if you guys are going to be correct, and somebody other than those 3 getting the win. Hamlin, Elliott, the only 2 winners at Pocono in the next-gen era. Sure enough, running 1 and 2 in the 3rd race here. Hamlin DQ'd in 2022. Elliott, who had finished second initially, ended up getting the win, and that came, of course, later in the evening. Of course, Denny Hamlin, the winner a season ago. $84 likes on the stream right now currently as well, so be sure to hit the like button if you haven't yet. I gotta go get a diecast, by the way, but I'll let you listen into the slate of pit stops that we're gonna have for everybody that stayed out to get those stage points. By my calculations, this should cycle Chris Buescher to the lead, because I would assume he'll stay out unless we see anybody else stay out of the pits. But again, just as he was the last restart, Ryan Blaney, Ty Gibbs just behind them, and then Martin Truex Jr., Austin Cindric, Kyle Busch. Those are the 7 drivers that pitted and can make it on fuel with just one more stop. Cindric's going to be a push because he pitted even a couple laps before Gibbs, and Gibbs is right on the edge. And Josh Berry pitted a couple laps even after Gibbs, so he's going to be the best on fuel of those 3 that pitted middle of stage 2. The rest pitted in the closing laps of stage 2.
Watching before pit stops.
Multiple strategies are in play. We're going to see a lot of cars make their way onto pit road now. This group, who for the most part everybody came on lap 55, right around there, 57, they're all making their way onto pit road. Kim.
Including Brad Keselowski, top left. He says the car's gotten so tight it's hard to turn down. Feels like he drove the right front off the car, but he said the straight speed is incredible. They'll take
For Denny Hamlin, he said he was getting loose through turn 3. They need to work on the late run. They're going to wait on fuel to make this next stop shorter, Parker.
Chase Elliott was told you're beating the 11 in turn 1. You're losing to him in turn 3. He said, I need more stability on the exit turn 3. They will wait on fuel the 9s. William Byron, bottom right here, stream, just lacking stability throughout all 3 corners of that 24 car. He will also be waiting on fuel till we see a 45-pound Reddick win the race off pit road.
2-tire stop there for Gillan. Remember, he came in earlier in stage 2. Reddick off pit road.
9 positions gained with a 4-tire stop in the pits there for Tyler Reddick. Tells me he wasn't necessarily waiting on fuel as long as some of those other teams, so hopefully he got it packed at least full enough to where they want it to be. Our diecast showing today, I just picked a random one. I was like, oh, I got to find a Pocono winner, and there was a Jimmy Johnson diecast on the top, and he's won at almost every racetrack in his Cup career. The only one he didn't was Chicagoland, outside of like the Roval and those later road courses that were added late in his career. I didn't want to count. Pocono winner, multi-time Pocono winner, Jimmy Johnson. And this diecast is from, I would probably say 2012. It's a car of tomorrow with the spoiler and not with the wing. So I would probably end up saying that this is going to be a 2011 or 2012 diecast, but this is a Jimmy Johnson Lowe's Cobalt scheme, so kind of a unique one here. The silver and black scheme. I really like this one. Still got the classic gold numbers, of course, on the 48, but this is, again, our Stage 2 diecast showing for today. Get as good of a look at this on camera as you can. Let me make sure it's all focused. Oh, yeah, that's focused. It's kind of tough with these. My fingers tend to cover up as much of it as possible. See some of the paint chips on the grill from my youth years. Oh, jeez. Yeah, it's probably 2011 if I had to guess. Maybe it's 2010. I mean, it could be 2010. It'd be a late 2010. Somewhere around that time. I don't know. I've had it for over a decade, so somewhere around there. Other shout outs to those of you that have tuned into the stream that I hadn't shouted out, earlier. Looks like Easy Network's been in here for a minute. Nathan Powers, Villanor, thanks for tuning in. Got 86 likes on the stream, so be sure to hit that like button if you haven't done so yet, so we can get to that goal. At least get to 100, if not to the goal, of course, of 150.
It's just a bridge. I wish it worked in my entire life. Come here and win is if you think it's something like we're in Indy.
Back on one of the most historic racetracks in the world. That is Indianapolis next weekend. And Saturday on USA, countdown to green at 3 o'clock. Xfinity Series racing at 3:30. Then Sunday on ABC, countdown train at 2. And Series racing 2:30 will be embedded with Denny Hamlin and Chase Briscoe Sunday.
I tell you, when you walk into that facility, it's a feeling like no other. We are guests to that racetrack. History has been made there with Indy cars, open wheel racing. Was fortunate to run the very first Brickyard 400, and what enthusiasm, what excitement. And I am looking forward to watching this new car, race in Indianapolis. I think it has a chance to be a much better race because of the design of the car from an aerodynamic standpoint. I think it's going to give drivers more options than they've ever had before there. I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Pretty cool. He finished 19th in that very first race. Brickyard 400. Marty.
Rick, after winning stage 2, Denny Hamlin will restart 16th. We'll see what he does here on the choose. Chris Gabehart explained to him a moment ago, listen, we have more fuel than everybody else. We will gain that time back on this next stop because we'll be shorter than everybody else. Meanwhile, Kyle Larson gained a couple spots here on pit road, and Chris Daniels explained to him how they were able to gain that track position.
The packet second, like right there at
So, Steve, I just asked Cliff Daniels about that. He said, we, in essence, split the full fill. We did half here. We'll do half at 120-ish when we come to pit road for the final time today. But the 11 decided to do it all here, and that should make their final stop shorter, in theory.
Well, so here's really the situation. When we take the green, we're going to see 60 to go in this stage. Everyone in the entire field is going to have to make a pit stop, but the timing of that pit stop is going to be very different. And the amount of time on pit road is going to be very different. So I like what the 11 of Denny Hamlin has going if we have a caution or the field is bunched up. But I think we're going to see people like Ty Gibbs, who was last on pit road at like lap 75, right? So that car right there, he'll pit at like lap 118. So I think what's going to happen is that will open the window. Then the question is, when do you come after lap 118? How many tires do you take? And how much fuel do you need? We hear all these radios, but the only people who really know how much, they absolutely filled it up here like 11 of Denny Hamlin. We're not exactly sure the quantity of the rest because we don't know how much they filled it throughout the day.
And we'll remind you, they don't have fuel cans. So that's based upon weighing the fuel cans, the fuel man saying, that's how much we got in these cars.
All right, 60 laps to go even now. 100 laps complete in the race. Green flag back in the air. Chris Buescher, Josh Berry, front row for the restart. Couple Fords out in front of the field on strategy play. Buescher pitted really late in that last stage to get his track position. A lot of 3 wide dives headed into the first turn. Nearly 4 wide deep in the field. Yep, they are 4 wide. Nearly 5 wide now in the center of turn 1. One car went wide. They all split underneath them. Off the exit of the corner. Still trying to stay organized. Still 4 wide in the short chute between turns 1 and 2. Truex with a massive block on Ryan Blaney. Blaney finds the middle groove to go between the 19 and the 4. Clears the 4, still side by side with the 19 of Truex. Buescher getting well out ahead of the field here. Into turns 3 and 4 with all the pandemonium going on behind him. Blaney and Truex again battling for this second place position. Blaney off the exit of turn 3 is clear of Truex and now trying to have something to run down Chris Buescher in front of him. 3 wide racing on the front straightaway. Up to speed into turn 1. Still 3 wide. Reddick underneath Logano and Elliott clears both cars into the corner. Sets himself in line behind his Toyota counterpart, Ty Gibbs. Even still trying to get settled down towards the tunnel turn on the opening lap following that restart. Reddick on the move quickly to the back bumper of Ty Gibbs. He's got slightly fresher tires than that of Gibbs and Berry just in front of him, so he's going to try to take advantage of this here. See if he can get a couple quick positions gained. Reddick already to the inside of Ty Gibbs off the exit of turn 3, and Chase Elliott coming with a major run behind both cars. Elliott to the bottom underneath of Reddick. Reddick couldn't stay alongside Gibbs. Elliott looking to leapfrog both cars. Maybe using Gibbs as a little bit of a pick now through turn 1. Elliott wraps the yellow line on the bottom of the racetrack. Not quite clear of the 54, and now he might get drafted by everybody to his outside. Tried to squeeze up in line between Reddick and Gibbs, didn't happen. And again, Elliott on the attack underneath Reddick. Trying to hang on the left rear corner panel. He'll stay underneath the 45 into turn 3. Elliott really wrapping that bottom lane on that yellow painted line very well on multiple ends of the racetrack. And near contact off turn 3 as he tries to shut the door on Tyler Reddick. This battle's going on for about 7th, 8th place. Right around the 54, 45, and the 9. The 4 of Berry's really kind of holding up these 3. Joey Logano watching everything unfold right in front of him. He's also in the picture of trying to get a few positions out of this. And Logano going to try to go after Elliott to the bottom in turn 2. Elliott couldn't stay alongside Reddick on that next straightaway out of turn 1. Allow those 3 cars in front of him to pull away. Ty Gibbs was able to get by Josh Berry for the 6th place position. Reddick trying to get by him now for 7th through turn 3. Reddick is clear. Elliott holds serve in front of Logano for 9th. And back to single file on the front stretch as they regain momentum in the draft headed for turn 1. Chris Buescher, a second and a half out ahead of Ryan Blaney at the front of the field. Martin Truex Jr. 2.4 seconds off the lead in 3rd. Brad Keselowski 2.9 seconds back in 4th. And Kyle Larson in 5th, 3.2 seconds off the lead. It's the top 5 and the intervals between them. 2 Fords, Toyota, Ford, Chevy. Only 2 Chevys in total in the top 10. Larson 5th, Elliott 9th. And 4 Fords and 4 Toyotas total in the top 10. Actually, make that 3 Toyotas, 5 Fords in the top 10 positions. On the manufacturer race today, Logano passes Josh Berry. Berry starting to go backwards on those older tires. Not holding off as well as he did in stage 2 on the strategy game that he is currently playing. Back in maybe heavier traffic versus having the clean air at the front of the field like he did in stage 2 on the older tire strategy. Not panning out as well for him. Reddick closing back on Gibbs for 6th again. Couple tenth of a second difference between the 2 Toyotas battling for that spot. And they're about 5.5 seconds off the race leader, Buescher. So everybody has to pit one more time in the race today. That field window going to open up right around 40 laps to go in this race. Full top 10. Again, Chris Buescher leading. Ryan Blaney 2nd. Martin Truex Jr. 3rd. Brad Keselowski 4th. Kyle Larson 5th. Ty Gibbs 6th. Tyler Reddick 7th. 8th for Chase Elliott. Joey Logano 9th. Josh Berry still holding on in 10th. Full screen commercial break on the USA Network. We'll take an ad break of our own. You're listening live to the Cup Series race at Pocono on KRC. I'm ready for the Brickyard 400 next week, too. I think it'll be a fun one. Glad to see the Cup cars back on the oval at Indy. Buescher's running some pretty good lap times to maintain that gap over the 12 car. Ford's really hit their stride as of recent weeks, really over the last month and a half. Once Brad Keselowski got the first win for Ford in the 12th race of the year at Darlington. It really opened the floodgates. Logano then won the next week in the All-Star race, and although that didn't count as a points race, all three Penske cars were able to win in the month of June. Ryan Blaney at Iowa, Austin Cindric at Gateway, and Joey Logano at Nashville. I mentioned I'd be shocked if Ford won more than 5 races this season based off of not winning the first 12. And then they knocked 4 off in a month and a half, and now that statement I made about a month and a half ago looks like it's not going to be true. I said they weren't going to get more than 2 in the regular season, and they have 4 already, so that backfired pretty quickly. My favorite driver drives a Ford. I just didn't have much faith in him, but they have really turned the corner, and here they are trying to win their 5th race as a manufacturer this season, and it all being an 8-race stretch if they are able to win today. Now, 3 of them up in the top 4 positions, and definitely the 3 best Fords in the race today are those 3.
Pocono. It's going to be a question of check the book pin of the 4, Josh Berry. Question is going to be, how long do they have to sit on fuel or wait on fuel when they do come to pit road? Steve, we expect it potentially inside of 10 laps. Right? See somebody come? I think the final stop.
Yeah, 118, basically the window opens. It's 42 to go. You got to start showing their cards, how much fuel they need, how valuable they think tires are. All right, so Rick, basically, this is how I look at this final stage, right? There's 3 stages to this race, but where we're at right now is somewhere in here, right? It's really in the stage. 118, it opens. Now, a lot of stuff happened downstream. Tires, fuel, where you're at. No doubt in my mind, Gibbs is going to come right at 118. The 4 car is going to come right at 118. But in this window between 118 and 138, and I think on the earlier side, you're going to see a big wave of cars. Busch's last pit stop was fast, so I think he has to wait on fuel. Blaney, Truex, Keselowski had longer last pit stops, so I think they're going to be short on fuel. So here you go, Buescher and Blaney. If you look at their pit time, Buescher has the lead because of an 8.8-second pit stop. Great work. Blaney, 12.6 is not a bad stop. That's more fuel. So now with Blaney being 1.4 seconds behind Buescher, he's thinking, on pit road, I'm going to play a game of leapfrog, and I'm going to pass you. Now, I love Blaney. He'd love to drive up and pass him. But if you're this 12 team, you are thinking, man, I might be able to pass him on the pit stop as we see the 4 go really long in his box, Kim.
Really long. They're going to have to push him back. This is going to ruin what was a planned stop. There was no issue with Josh Berry. You can hear the collective sigh of just disappointment from Rodney Childers on the radio. So this just is a complete disaster on what was likely a different strategy than we had for the 4 team of Josh Berry.
And a mistake. Getting into his pit box, slides through it. The rule is you have to put the car back in the pit box before you can service it. But the reason they got to pit road so early is he was falling through the field. He had lost about 12 spots since that restart. Everybody was ganging up on him and just get by him, so he had to try to get on pit road and then made the mistake. You got to have a good handling car. You cannot make mistakes if the strategy is going to work out.
And everything would have been fine there, Steve, but they would have got it completely full. He still couldn't have made it to the end unless maybe he was saving fuel on every lap.
Saving a bunch, maybe hopefully getting some yellows. Jeff, to your point about falling through the field, it is like a battle out there. I mean, these moments side by side, these two, the 38 and Hocevar, we've seen contact once already. I don't think they're done. This is off turn 3. They split John Hunter. They're still side by side. This thing, Rick, because we talk a lot about, look at this tight squeeze right here.
Wow.
Great work. We talk a lot about the 5 and the 11 running next to each other so much. It's shocking as you look through the field how many cars run next to each other for a majority of the race. And I think that's what you see late in the season. You see the Bubba Bowman thing last week after the race. You know, that's a lot of frustration built up over the whole year.
There's Haley in the 51. Haven't talked a lot about him. But she is clearing the 38 of Todd Gillan. Bubba Wallace and Austin Cindric in the 2. Right behind them, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. at 47.
Bubba Wallace and this race team, They've done a nice job of making their car better throughout this race. They were struggling earlier. Why does that matter so much? Remember, Ross Chastain in that one car, he wrecked early. Bubba Wallace is the first car out of the playoffs. Currently, he needs to take advantage of this day from a point standpoint. They were running in the mid-20s. He now is running about 16th. If they can continue making gains on this race car, they can make a large point game to help them try to make the playoffs.
Coming in, Bubba Wallace was 45 points behind Chris Busch, behind that 16th place car. Now the 16th place car is Ross Chastain, and he's only 33 points behind them. So Bubba Wallace making a little gain here because of the issues that others have had today. Chris Buescher out in front.
47 laps to go at Pocono, still awaiting the final pit stop of the day for everybody through the field. We'll go through the full field running order now while we wait on these last pit stops to take place. Chris Buescher, again, currently the race leader, still holding a 1.6 second advantage over Ryan Blaney in second. Martin Truex Jr. is in third, Brad Keselowski fourth, Kyle Larson fifth, Tyler Reddick in sixth, Chase Elliott seventh, Ty Gibbs eighth, Joey Logano ninth, Denny Hamlin is 10th. Ryan Preece in 11th. 12th is William Byron, Alex Bowman 13th, Eric Jones 14th, Christopher Bell 15th, Bubba Wallace 16th, 17th is Austin Cindric, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 18th, Michael McDowell 19th, Chase Briscoe 20th, AJ Allmendinger 21st, Carson Hocevar 22nd, Corey LaJoie 23rd, Justin Haley 24th, Todd Gillan 25th. Car in the wall, meanwhile, caution flag is out. Right at the edge of the pit window, nonetheless. Caution is out. And it looks to be the 38 of Todd Gillan, unfortunately. Who had gotten into the wall earlier today, and maybe he had cut a tire finally with the damage sustained before. So he was in 25th as I was going down the leaderboard. Jonathan Nemechek 26th, 27th for Daniel Suarez, Harrison Burton 28th, Austin Dillon 30th, 29th rather, Kyle Busch 30th. Zane Smith, 31st. Cody Ware, 32nd. Last car in the lead lap. Josh Berry, who was a lap down because of a pit stop under green there, will get the free pass with this caution. So 33rd place, Josh Berry getting the free pass. Daniel Hemrick, 2 laps down, 34. J.J. Ailey off the lead lap, 35th. Ross Chastain, Noah Gragson out of the race, 36th, 37th. But Gillen could join them depending on how much damage he has. So again, this caution right at the edge of the fuel window. It's going to be interesting how many cars are going to pit here. How many will not? And this is definitely going to make this race, I'd say, even more interesting the rest of the way. Troy the Great, thanks for tuning in also. I saw you in the chat earlier. Didn't shout you out. It's our fifth caution of the race today. Our third for incident. First one of stage 3. And 45 laps to go.
MySpeedway.com.
Has come out. It's Todd Gillan who got into the wall. Not sure if it was a tire that went down, maybe a brake rotor. Let's listen.
That's a tire.
Trying to get the car slowed down. And slight tap on the wall here. Not a lot of damage from that, but what caused this? If a rotor exploded.
He just shifted and went across the start-finish line when we started hearing that.
Yeah, well, it's just obviously something in the right front. So if a rotor exploded, that would be the end of your day. It does so much damage.
Okay, Steve, we've talked so much about strategy. Now it seems like it's going to fall into the pit crew's hands of getting the guys off pit road, because can everybody make it after this stop?
Well, everybody is uncomfortably the same distance short. If we assume they can go 42, it opens next time around. They'll be within a lap. I think everybody will be able to save enough to find a lap. The real question, is you're going to have to be full. So, you have Chris Buescher, who I think he needs a little bit more fuel than Blaney, Truex, Keselowski. I think they're going to be pretty fast on pit road. Remember Hamlin's decision to put all that fuel in under the last caution? I thought it was really putting him behind. He was almost 11 seconds back. I didn't see him making that up, right? But now he can come down in here, and if he just needs, he's going to need less fuel than some in front of him. So he's going to gain spots. The question is, how many spots does he gain? Now, 2 or 4 tires really just comes down to how much fuel you need, right? Fuel's dominating everything here. It's not tires. So if it takes 9 seconds to change tires and you need 9 seconds worth of fuel, it's a pretty simple answer. But if you only need 5 seconds worth of fuel, maybe you'll judge 2 tires. So it's going to be a real jumbled up set of pit stops, but it's not just because it's, quote, a bad stop. This is kind of paying the piper. You know, you can kick your taxes down the road all you want. At some point, you have to pay. Well, the fuel tax is coming due for some of these teams.
Will they go by the watch or will they go by the gas man?
Oh, I think right here with 44 to go, every single gas man, remember that dry brake? Remember that clear hose? Every gas man wants to see a solid stream of fuel in that clear hose. This thing has got to be full. We are 2.5 to 5 miles outside their comfort zone.
You saw the 38 team pushing that car back to the garage. That means they're done for the day. Must have been a brake rotor explosion that it blew up down the front straightaway. And when they blow apart, Steve,
That aluminum wheel doesn't really have a chance against that steel brake rotor.
and it will scare you to death. When that thing explodes inside that car, it's a noise like you've never heard.
All right, here they come. Now, Chris Buescher leads the field on the pit road and into the hands of the crews. Kim.
And crew chief Scott Grace told Chris Buescher top left that he feels like they're going to be a little bit short, but this forced their hand. They had to pit. Chris saying he was tighter when he picked up the pace. It's 4 tires. They're going to wait on fuel. Brad Keselowski also taking 4. He said he felt like he could tell a difference with 4 tires, Marty.
Ryan Blaney said, I lose all my time in turn 3. The last adjustment hurt more than it helped. Also on pit road, Martin Truex Jr., he said the adjustments we made have not helped the car at all. He said turn 3 is our biggest area of concern. I'll take anything over there to help me. A lot of 2-tire stops here, Rick, and a few P teams gaining some spots, including Kyle Larson, who gains 4.
4 spots for Larson, 6 for Hamlin. Bowman grabs 8 spots. This restart's going to be great.
Guys, Denny Hamlin might be the fastest car in the field today. He's in 4th. Kyle Larson is the race leader. They're going to find each other, I think, at some point. They will find each other before the end of this race. It's every week with these two. I mean, they're like, it's just amazing the execution that both teams have on a weekly basis that they find themselves in this situation. Really, each of the last, really since this next-gen car debuted, 2022, 2023, this season, they each have 3 wins. Any given week, these two could compete for a win, outside of Hamlin on a road course. But outside of that, though, I mean, it's any given week. Outside of Hamlin on a road course and Larson on a super speedway, these two are able to compete anywhere else we go. Great stop by the 5 team. But again, for all these teams, do they have enough fuel in the cars to make it to the end? This caution coming out in a weird spot right at the edge of the pit window. They're going to have to save a bunch under the caution. If we stay green the rest of the race, it's going to be tight. It's tough to save during green flag conditions around a 2.5-mile racetrack. The high speeds you are going, and especially in an instance where now the field's going to be all bunched together on the same strategy. You know, how hard do you push for positions versus save to try to make it on gas to the end of the race? Is an interesting phenomena that we're going to have to dial in and watch here down the home stretch. 90 likes on the stream. We're 10 away from 100, so be sure to hit that like button if you haven't done so yet on the stream. Take an ad break here. You're listening live on KRC Cup Series race at Pocono. Going to have right around 40 laps to go on the restart. Longest green flag run of the day was about the final 40 or so laps in stage 2 before the stage yellow. And again, this caution coming out for a potential brake rotor failure on Todd Gillan down the front stretch headed for turn 1, got up against the wall. Is the reason we are under our 5th caution of the race as of right now.
Too much on pit road, you get caught. And these 4 all got caught for speeding in the same section, section 7. on pit road.
Elliott,
Yeah, the 5 of Larson,
Larson.
the 9 of Elliott, the 54 of Gibbs, the 99 of Suarez. Let's take a look at pit road. You mentioned section 7. Well, it's the very small section just past the start-finish line, kind of right here. That is section 7. It's a very short section, and when they checked their tags earlier in the race, we heard that, hey, everybody was closer in that section. Sometimes it's the distance, the angle of the lines. It seemed like everybody had adapted okay. We've had a ton of pit stops. We've had a couple penalties. The 38 and another car got caught earlier. But now, Jeff, when everything was on the line, 4 guys get caught in that same section.
Yeah, let me show you why that happened. See that? 42 to go. You got to get all you can. You're pushing everything to the edge. And, you're talking about maybe a tenth of a second, the difference between speed and not. So here they come down pit road.
Yeah, they're going to come down pit road and top their fuel off.
Larson
Here's the
leading.
thing that's really going to blow
Elliott
your mind
was
for Chase
third.
Elliott, Rick, 92 races.
Oh.
It had been 92 races since he had spent on pit road. I mean, that's nearly 3 complete seasons.
You can see they're putting left side tires
Wow.
on.
That's impressive.
May as well put 4 on now.
Now they're technically, this is going to sound silly, they're technically under penalty as well for speeding and pitting because pit road's closed at 1 to go, but they don't care because they're already at the back of the field. Yeah, but I love the idea of left side tires and at least another little shot of fuel.
Yeah, under caution. If you pit the car, serving a penalty, it's the tail end of the longest line, so that's where you're starting anyway. It's a different rule under green. But under caution, you just go ahead and service the car.
Can't be like double single probation. You're already in trouble.
Listen into the 5 radio.
By how much? You gonna tell yet?
I don't know the internet sector.
They're giving Cliff Daniels that section, so they all knew. Now, this is why every race we see them come single file down pit road. We go, why do we do this? We never used to do this. The teams are getting so good with their pit road speed. That was a section of.
To their fuel number, the drivers that were out and came on lap 117 that did not speed, they're worried about fuel. Take a listen to Chris Buescher's radio.
They're going to have to fuel. Oh, yeah, I don't know. They're ordering like they ordered short. Like 3, but it's close enough where there'll be a lot of there. I'm going to try to make it here. But the guys that took you, I don't know. If they were all short out here.
So we'll see how this plays out. Looks like it might be another Pocono fuel mileage race.
And Steve, short by 3. That's 7.5 miles.
That was
Short by 3
between friends. Now, this is a good track, though. You can lift early, not shift. There is a track where you can save fuel.
All right, extended aerial coverage.
40 laps to go to the restart. Fuel mileage and a couple of speeding penalties. We'll go over those speeding penalties more in a moment, as you just heard from the USA Network broadcast. Ryan Blaney, Denny Hamlin are now the front row restarters as the green flag is back in the air. A lot of cars fanning out to 3 and 4 wide, headed for the first turn. A couple cars bottlenecking in the outside. One car gets spun down the racetrack, coming back across the field, clobbering a couple others, and up against the wall for several more. Caution flag is out. Kyle Busch is in it. I saw Harrison Burton was in it. Tough to tell exactly how that started. One car went to make a block on another, making a move to the bottom of the racetracks. Basically turned themselves off the front bumper of another car, and then down into the grass and back across the track, and turn 1 they went.
The entry. The problem is the risk. Is it worth the risk? Because somebody's going to try to block you. Somebody's going to try to take that away from you.
We're getting out of his car is Kyle Busch.
And breaking.
Winless streak will continue as the AMR safety crew will get him back to the infield care center. With Ryan Preece, we knew he was involved in the 41.
So you're going to see Kyle Busch on the bottom of the racetrack.
Oh,
Then a block from LaJoy. LaJoy gets into him. Kyle Busch blocked him, and then LaJoy just ran into him, to be honest with you. I'm not saying he meant to do it, but either a misjudgment. See right there, big block. And he goes, and then LaJoy trying to get back on the racetrack. That yellow line.
hooked him. Couple of hard hits in there.
You see him sliding him right back in front of the field.
These guys just. Right.
All right, so you see them going down the straightaway, right? And everybody's fanned out. Everybody always does this. So you see somebody making a run on you, you make a block, right? And now you got to get back on the racetrack because the corner's coming. Look at the yellow line. If you are below that yellow line, there is no banking there. That's the apron of the racetrack. LaJoy saw that coming. He's like, I got to get to the right to get back on the racetrack. Misjudges, could have lifted to get back in. He didn't. He misjudged it.
That's probably what he should have done.
There's the block. Now I got to get back. And around he goes.
And I'll tell you, I agree with Jeff that I don't believe he did it on purpose, but it's kind of hard to defend misjudging using red front here.
Bottom of 3, middle of 4 now. Middle of 4. Right here, hang on here, hang on.
Jeff, it almost sounded like, did he have the rev chip? Like it was a weird sounding sound. I mean, there's a lot going on there. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Busch, his car clobbered Stenhouse. And then Stenhouse clobbered the wall right after him.
But it was just really crazy. There was a lot going on. Just listen in.
There's a ship.
It almost sounds like he's in the rev chip. Now, I don't know if they're out of gas at that point or what's going on. I guess maybe if it hits the rev chip, it stops accelerating, and that's why the 7 misjudges it so poorly.
Yeah, I don't. It looked like to me that Kyle Busch is right against the car in front of him. So
That's what I mean. It was.
a lot of times drivers won't shift because then you don't have to downshift, right? So in a normal situation, you would do an upshift to keep it out of the rev limiter. However, you're in the middle of this chaos.
Yeah.
You want both hands on the wheel, and you don't want to have to downshift for the approaching corner. So I hear what you're saying, and I think it was in the rev chip, but I don't think that's what caused this. I think this was a misjudgment in an aggressive situation.
And this is really a tough situation for crew chief. I've never driven into turn 1 4 wide. I mean, I've seen it happen over and over and over again. That's why I love when Jeff breaks it down. But if Kyle Busch is my driver and we're having this bad year, if I'm Randall Burnett, I need to ask him. I'm like, man, do we have to have a conversation with LaJoy? Like, tell me what happened there. Because what I have learned is the guys in the car, they're the only ones that really know, right? We kind of analyze it from camera, but when we slow it down frame by frame, Jeff, you taught me that years ago. Breaking these down in slow motion is sometimes very unfair because it happens much quicker. But it is definitely questionable when you catch the front tire. I remember Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott at Darlington one time. Remember, Kyle was trying to get behind Chase and caught him in the rear bumper, really the same way. Kim.
And here's what we heard from the LaJoy radio.
You all good there?
Yeah, I am worried about him. All that up. That's the core here. Yeah, you let him have it the first time, second time, he got what he deserved. All good. Well, that right there does it. To be honest with you, if I'm not only Kyle Busch, but all the other guys that got in the wreck, that's not what I'm listening. That's not what I'm really unhappy with that because he hooked himself. Well, yes, right here, this big block. Like, that's a big block. That's an aggressive block. But this, Kyle Busch didn't hook himself there.
No, no, he did not.
And if LaJoy thinks he deserved that, then, LaJoy has the prerogative to do it. But
he has to go explain it to the 21 and the 41 and the 16 and the 47. I mean,
and it's not and by the way, it's not the racetrack you want to hook somebody.
No.
You are flying down at the end of turn 1. So yes, you push you around. They'll always push you around. This is the margin drivers stand on every time they get in a race car. How aggressive am I willing to be? What is the cost I'm willing to pay? And I want to say this too, Steve. There's been many times that it looked like I intentionally wrecked somebody, and I'm telling you I didn't.
that's right.
Right? I made a mistake. So I'm very careful in judging intention. But when I hear the radio, he got what he deserved. That leads me to, okay, that wasn't the next.
It's like Exhibit A. If you were presenting this, of course, Exhibit A is the radio.
Yeah. All right, so before this incident was when the 38 had the right front go down and got into the wall in turn number 1. Todd Gillan out of the car and now standing by with Q.
Yeah, Todd Gillan with a challenging day. It sounded like a brake rotor issue. Was the car giving you any indication that there was a problem?
We fought with a little bit of brake shake, a little bit through practice. And then, a little bit at the beginning of the race. And then, just 5 laps before that, my brake pedal started to get a little bit long. And, they just blew in the middle of the straightaway. Kind of odd, but, I've never had that before. And we've been really lucky. We've had some really well-built Ford Mustangs coming out for our motorsports. And, we haven't had very many mechanical issues over the last 3 years. So, just thank you all those guys still for giving us great cars, and C.H. Reed, Quincy on board, and again, like I said, Ford. So we'll keep battling. Definitely not our best day to begin with, so we've got still a lot of work to do, but we'll try and learn from it.
Todd Gillan remains very optimistic. Only his second DNF on the 2024 season.
I understand this confusion. We have seen many brake failures there. I'm not shocked by that, but normally it's like when you touch the brakes at the end of the straightaway. Now, thank goodness it wasn't, because when that happens, you're out of opportunity. We saw Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon, some huge wrecks down in turn 1 here. So, this is a really awkward racetrack. You use a lot of brakes. You don't like to cool them, and you can overcool them, and they crack.
He mentioned brake shake, but at the same time, normally when we see a rotor go or something, there's a lot of damage around that wheel well. This looked like a tire went down in the middle of the.
Yeah, what he's saying is he feels he knows it's a brakes, because I'm guessing Jeff, he steps on the brake pedal and it's not there. Like it goes to the floor. So, you push the pads out. And so, he'll have to dig through it.
And it sounds different. It is a different sound when a rotor explodes. It has a very unique sound compared to when just a tire blows, because when that rotor explodes, it's destroying everything that's around it. It's going through the aluminum wheel. It's going through everything. All the steel, all the sheet metal. It's a different sound. Now the tire blows after that too, and then the sound of the wall, all that can come together, but it is unique.
I'm just going to take his word on that one, Rick. I don't need to experience it.
Normally the fire after that's alarming as well.
Yeah. All right, let's go through the field. Brought to you by Homes.com. Marty.
And Rick, let's talk about the top 5 drivers. Ryan Blaney had the question for Jonathan Hassler a moment ago. Does this caution buy us what we need to make sure we get to the end of the race? Hassler said, I'll get back to you at the end of the caution and tell you where we stand, as we're still embedded with the 12 team. We'll get up there and maybe get a word with Jonathan Hassler in just a moment. Blaney in a position to get a second win in the last few weeks. Meanwhile, Denny Hamlin has not reported anything wrong with the brakes. He had a long pedal on that last run, but this clean air helps him out tremendously. And he just talked through the restart with Chris Gabehart a moment ago, Kim.
And for Alex Bowman running into the third, coming off that win at Chicago Street Course, this team collectively sighed relief coming into this weekend. They said that win gave them a lot more flexibility strategy-wise, but we've seen a fast car from them too right now. Alex just a little bit tight. Couldn't really feel the adjustments they made on the last pit stop, Parker.
And for William Byron, 4th place here. He spent most of the day in the top 10, but has struggled mightily at the handling of that race car. 1 point lost the front and the rear tires of that race car, complaining that they both were just going away too fast for him to hold on to. They find themselves in the top 5 here and should be good on fuel with these caution laps, so they could put themselves in position to go up there and challenge the 12 and they left behind him. Joe Logano at 22. We started the day with him getting very loose in turn 2 and struggling over that bump. It has not gotten any better throughout this day. He has struggled on the entry of the corners and currently struggling with the right front. They've just tried to find that balance between being too loose but having speed and getting the comfortable need that he needs inside that race car, Kim.
And Parker, Kyle Busch has been released from the care center. There were a lot of questions on what happened during that incident. Can you offer us some more clarity on what happened?
No, I just want to thank all of our partners and everybody that's been behind our program at RCR, ECR Engines, obviously Zone Nicotine Pouches, and Cheddar's, Lucas Oil, everybody for their support and continuing to back us and be behind us, and of course the fans and Rowdy Nation as well too.
It seemed like there was an issue between you and LaJoy. Is there a conversation that needs to be had? All right, frustrated Kyle Busch down here as he is out of the race early.
I'm not sure which Kyle Busch we see. Sometimes he's more disappointed with the way he's raced, and then other times like this, where he seemed like he wanted to hold all of his comments, and that's what we have to go with.
Kyle is overwhelmed with the disappointment of the year. And over the last month, what's gone right? Almost nothing. And so why stir up something, and you also have to deal with that, right? But just say nothing. Sometimes I know fans and we like to hear them say something that's, it's entertainment, it's fun or whatever, but the truth of the matter is now you got to deal with it. And sometimes it's just better to just walk away and say,
NASCAR is on board to every Hammond is on board with 7. Not sure that changes my opinion of the situation. Well, keep that restart in mind because they're double filed through turns 3. Kim.
Yeah, and as you guys were talking about that Corey LaJoie radio, it was actually not Corey that said he got what he deserved. That was incorrect. It was crew chief Ryan Sparks that said it. So we did want to offer some clarification on that.
Well, it still came from the same team. That's my opinion. Green flag back in the air. We are racing again at Pocono. Just 34 laps to go now. Already fanning out the 3 wide again in multiple rows on the restart headed for turn 1. Denny Hamlin did not get a great launch as he lost a spot to the outside row in turn 1. A lot of bottlenecking in a middle groove. 4 wide further back yet again. Off the exit of turn 1. A lot of contact and around that 4 wide battle. We have 2 cars going around. One hard into the inside wall. Zane Smith and John Hunter Nemechek. And Smith was the driver that took the head-on hit into the inside retaining wall following that 4 wide battle. They didn't get separated from each other by the time they got to the exit of the corner. Great restart for Blaney and Bowman ahead of the field. They were able to get to 1-2 ahead of the 11 of Hamlin before the caution came out.
they're going to have to get him. Crazy restarts. We talked about it. McDowell on the outside. Yeah, I just think Nemechek, Zane, they made contact. Wasn't enough room. I'm not so sure they knew McDowell was there. Yeah, just Nemechek up the racetrack into Zane, and Zane into McDowell, and those two got the worst of it. That's a contact the inside.
I think they should make it on fuel now.
That inside wall, Jeff. At the beginning of the show, Rick, you and I, Pocono made huge improvements years ago of lining this entire inside. And why you think it's crazy because the wall's closer. They don't get in the grass. We've seen cars get upside down. So a huge facility staying up to date.
See barrel rolls on the backstretch here at Pocono. So another caution. That's 7 now from Pocono, and this is the most recent. There's really nowhere to go for McDowell as he was right up against the wall as these other cars came up.
Yeah, McDowell real aggressive on restarts. You can see they're 4 wide, and then the contact right there, right? There just wasn't enough room. Nemechek up the racetrack a little bit into Zane, and Zane gets into McDowell, and then they make contact, and that's, look, man, it's just racing. I mean, their guys are asking so much of their cars, and sometimes just not enough room.
Well, we mentioned Big Rex. That right there, the 9 of PCK, huge hit. Watch this one right here. Talk about that inside wall making all the difference. This get rid of all that grass. This shot right here. That's Elliott Sadler in the 19th. That knocks the engine out of his race car. And then Jimmy Johnson, we talked about brake failure. We Todd Gillan. See Jimmy Johnson, that's a huge hit. He sits down. And then this one right here, Reddick off the Gillan. Just an unbelievable accident. Gillan shows displeasure. So this is a track that, Jeff, I know you've been a part of some and you've seen them. And it really shocks me how aggressive, I don't know how to put myself in the mindset of these drivers because this is 160, 170 miles an hour, and they are asked to race it like a short track, and they do. They're elbows up, pushing and shoving, filling every hole that's available, 2 wide, 3 wide. Like right there, the 42 was coming up. I'm not sure he was wanting to, but that's where his car was going. And the 71 was holding his position because he knows if he breathes the gas, he's going to lose 5 spots.
And if you lose 5 spots, you may never get them back.
Right.
Well, the caution means that when we come back, there's a restart. And we're going to try it again, see if we can get through turn 1.
To turn 1 on the opening lap following a restart here in the later going of the Great American Getaway 400 at the Pocono Raceway. Definitely in the waning laps of this race. And again, awaiting a restart. We'll probably have right around 30 laps to go on the next restart coming up. Ryan Blaney in the 12 car, currently the race leader. Alex Bowman scored second, Denny Hamlin third, Joey Logano fourth, and William Byron fifth. That is the top 5 in the running order. Ford, Chevy, Toyota, Ford, Chevy. I'm interested to see what lane Alex Bowman's going to take on this restart because he got to second place from the outside of row 2 by pushing Ryan Blaney past Denny Hamlin on that front stretch before getting into the braking zone of turn 1. By far, first time we've seen Bowman up in the top 3 really all day today. These last couple of restarts. So Logano on strategy lead during a caution earlier, only to give that lead up initially on the restart. Went wide in turn 1, fell back to 10th. First time he's been back in the top 5 ever since then. He scratches and claws his way forward. Based off the pre-race predictions where everybody's running with 31 laps to go to now, the 3 must-have picks. One that isn't is Tyler Reddick, who is actually my race win pick today. He is currently 12th. Denny Hamlin in 3rd was my number 2. Byron, my number 3, is currently 5th. And I don't believe Byron has led any laps so far today. 3 sleeper picks, Ty Gibbs, best running of which through most of this race today was top 10 all day until a pit road speeding penalty under the last pit stop of the race. So he is now back at 22nd. Josh Berry in 21st. Coming from a lap down, had to make an unscheduled pit stop early in stage 3. So trying to rebound from that. He's good to go to the end on fuel also, as everybody pitted during what is now the 3rd to last caution that we've seen so far to where we're at currently.
Fuel tires didn't seem to be worth a lot of speed, so it was all about trying to time some of those cautions when you wanted to pit. Obviously, we've gotten on the good end of it now. We've got the track position, and yeah, we've worked on the Shell Pennzoil Ford. They've shown speed as well, and they're up front. So I think we got a shot at it. So that's what you hope for. After your last pit stop, you're in the top 5 and got a shot, and I think that's where we put ourselves.
Marty, they got a shot. That's all you can ask for.
His teammate Ryan Blaney has a shot as well. He's in the lead right now. So Jonathan Haas, I'll ask you the same question your driver's been asking you. The last caution bought you enough fuel to get to the end. Does this one buy you enough for an overtime?
Yeah, we certainly weren't good when we pitted, but these couple cautions have come at a pretty opportune time for us. So I think we're in good shape now. We can go race for the win.
All right, I see Blaney took the outside there. Is that something you would stick with? And
most guys, from the lead taking the outside, it's been pretty good to us today.
all right, can Blaney get a second win in the last couple of weeks? About to find out, Rick.
So Blaney takes the outside. We've got Hamlin behind him, Logano behind Hamlin. So that outside line, those 3 lined up.
So Logano actually gave a lane up. He could have gone to the bottom, but they restarted on the inside. He actually gave a lane up. He could be where the 24 car is. He said, nope, I don't want to be there. I want to be on the outside. That's, you would think, hey, why would you ever give a lane up? He clearly is thinking the momentum is going to be better on the outside lane. There's no doubt the top is the way to go on the restart for the leader. But when you get this far back, what really matters is what does the line in front of you do? How well does it get going?
And we've seen these accidents, kind of in the middle of the back of the pack. But we've also seen them up front. We've seen Hamlin, Chastain, Hamlin, and Larson. And with 30 to go, I expect the front 2 rows to probably play a little bit nicer. But as those laps wind down, the aggression through 1 will continue to go up. But how about the 48 of Bowman? Right here, back on the front row again. If he wins last week, and
Open the floodgates.
funny how confidence works, right?
I love the conversation with him, before the race, and I started talking about it earlier.
I asked him off camera, hey, man, did it really mean more? And he's like, yes. Like, that race was massive for my career. People questioned me. I had all these injuries, a head injury, and to win after all of that, when people were questioning that I could do it, McKendrick stuck with me. Yes, it was different. How do you use that going into playoffs? Here's how you use it.
Yeah.
Get 4 points. You're trying to get this win.
It'll be 29.
Be insane if Bowman goes back to back after not winning in the last 80 races over 2 years between wins. Could have only waiting 7 days until the next. 29 laps to go. Green flag back in the air. Bowman inside of row 1. Blaney, the control car, in the restart on the outside. Blaney getting a good push from Hamlin. A lot of blocking going on further back. 3 wide. 1 car smoking going into the first turn at the tail end of the field. They're going to try to limp it all the way back around. That's Ty Gibbs. So Gibbs has a problem. Blaney holds on to the lead and is clear off the exit of turn 1. Bowman in second, just in line behind him. Blaney tries to break the draft down the next straightaway. Hamlin sits in third in front of Joey Logano. Byron, who is inside of row 2, falls to 5th. Side by side for position right around 7th place, Christopher Bell. Door to door with Brad Keselowski. Keselowski on the inside, Bell on the outside. That smoke is coming out of the pipes of the 54 of Gibbs. Looks to be a terminal issue. If he can make it back to pit road, the engine is back to the line again. Gibbs is trying to get it back to pit road. He's still got to get through turn 2 yet, I believe. It's quite a ways back. Caution flag is out now. Gibbs is not going to be able to make it back to pit road, it looks. He is very slow in the tunnel turn. Down on the apron, but not far off the racing line. Well off the pace.
Exhaust pipes, and there's only one place that can go. So NASCAR didn't want to throw that caution because he wanted to give everybody green flag racing, but I think it's 100% the right thing to do.
Yeah, the concern is right here, right? I mean, he does a nice job of pulling left, but he's still going fast enough an hour. Really explodes both pipes. I think he slows down enough to get below the yellow line, but well, again, right there, and you just see that U mixture.
Wow.
Oil and water. Makes chocolate milk, Rick. I didn't know if you know that, but that's what it looks like.
They're never supposed to be together.
Nope. No.
And when they are coming out of the pipe, it's the end of the day.
A Yoo-hoo reference,
That's you.
as it goes by a water bottle. And so, another caution comes out. This is the 8th one of the day.
We're going to need some cleanup.
A lot of fluid going out on the track there. So there'll be another restart after they clean up the backstretch.
He wouldn't have made it back to pit road anyway. So either way, they were going to have to throw the caution and come get him.
Oh, we got 1 lap in.
13th lap of yellow, since Ryan Blaney and Bowman and Logano filled up with fuel. So that whole think about that. We ran all day, strategy, fuel, how much fuel to put in, all of these conversations, and really now it just lines up to these crazy restarts. But I think Paul Wolf said it the best, which is, none of those strategies are a guarantee, but you just want to be in position after your last stop.
Yeah, Bubba Wallace, we keep talking about him because he came into the race 45 points below the cut line. Look where he is right now. Chastain with the problem early in the race. Now, this is another position. Any car that has trouble, the 23 is going to finish in front of. So now he's up to 10th place. If he can go get 5 more spots, I mean, he's going to cut this to low 20s. And that is...
He ain't dead yet.
Immediately, he puts tons of pressure on Chastain.
We got another points battle. Assuming Wallace finishes the race.
About the 40th lap minute ago, right before that restart. And I'm gonna blame myself a little bit that I think we move on a little too fast after injuries at times, right? Like it's natural. We go back racing every single week. And when you look at Alex Bowman, this is a guy that non-flashy, but always found his way to win races, right? 21, he has 4 wins, a career high. And then 22, he goes out and he has an accident at Texas.
Yeah, but great start.
Yeah, great start.
First place, first in the playoff after that 3rd race.
Yeah, then you think about that concussion at Texas. We are at Pocono where Kurt Busch, his career was ended by an accident here, right? So I think, me personally, I'm like, well, he came back in 23 and ran so well, I just instantly put it behind me. I was focusing on the broken back, but his emotion after winning, his emotion with you, Jeff, I believe it kind of goes back to that, right? It's one thing to have a winless streak, but to come back from injury is just a completely different level. And you mentioned the confidence, you mentioned where he's behind him, right? He's got that win at the street course.
And let's listen back into his press conference after the win at the street course last week.
Yeah, so to everybody that said I couldn't win and don't deserve to be at Hendrick Motorsports and all that bullshit, cheers to you.
Get him. I mean, that's the kind of attitude I want with my driver. And, you know, I do think that he's underrated. Is he as good as Kyle Larson? I'm not saying that he is, but he is a very, very good race car driver and young. He is still young with a tremendous upside. And think about this. There's 24 drivers in this field today that have wins. He's 11th of all of those guys. Okay, so he is way above average
Right.
of the people that he's racing against. Who's going to take a seat? Who's better?
Right.
Right? So I think Rick Hendrick, the car owner, is smart enough, and Jeff Gordon is smart enough to see the talent in Alex Bowman. And they have been patient with him through his recovery, and that's what he's been going through his recovery. There's a tremendous upside, and I think you're going to see it.
For someone who worked 20 years at Hendrick Motorsports, you have to have that attitude. Because to your point, Jeff, Rick Hendrick, Jeff Gordon, they support you through the bitter end. I have been part of some very low points when this guy, Jack Knaus, was beating me every single Sunday with Jimmy Johnson. They always support the teams that are struggling, but they don't coddle you. You have to have the I belong attitude. I can win attitude. If you don't, that is the wrong organization for you. Some people can't find that attitude, and you have to have it because Mr. Hendrick kind of provides everything to you. So, it was good to hear that was his response.
Good strategy move from a week ago to get that win for the 48 team. That was Blake Harris getting his first win. Here's Kim.
And for the second straight week, we're talking to Blake Harris at the end of a race, looking for back-to-back wins. But we've seen the incidents compound. We know restarts are wild. What are you telling your driver at this point in the race?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is just kind of how we get going on the restarts, right? I thought we've had really good restarts on the outside, and then we had our teammate behind us there. Certainly got a good push and lots of Hendrick horsepower keeping us in the mix. So I think as long as we can shake out in the top couple cars, no matter which lane we go in, I think we can have a shot at them.
We'll see if this 48 team can go back-to-back, Marty.
Let's chat with Chris Gabehart. The chances for Denny Hamlin to get his 8th Pocono win. What does Denny need to do maybe a little bit different on this restart, Chris?
Well, we've been here a lot over the years. Denny even longer than me, obviously, in these situations. So I can't think of anyone who understands the situation better than him at Pocono. We haven't got it quite right yet, but I think either way, we got a really fast car and a great driver. So we just need to get going here and see how it plays out.
With all these cautions, Chris, are teams now good with even maybe up to 2 or 3 overtimes?
Yeah, fuel is no longer the focus for the first green, white checker few, but obviously in NASCAR now we can have like 27. So definitely not good for 27, but maybe a couple.
All right, this team does not have to go back too far, Steve, to remember Nashville just a couple weeks ago when they had it, and they thought they had the win in the bag, but a lot of overtime starts in Nashville, and it didn't work out for them there.
Yeah, you remember this racetrack from his rookie year. Denny Hamlin loved this place and figured it out right away.
I remember that practice. Right? He wasn't quite on everybody's radar. We used to have those 3 1-hour practices. Everybody was scratching their head what he knew about this place that we hadn't figured out. Because you're right, Rick. It was kind of a natural fit.
Yeah, a sweep. Won both races. So that's where everything started.
But this is what's so great. Like, look at this lineup as we see Todd Gibbs climb down. It has to be disappointed. That's such a great car. But I mean, the lineup we have here racing for the there's some heavyweights, right? Blaney, Bowman, Hamlin, Pagano, Byron, Truex, Junior Bell, Keselowski. My goodness.
And emotionally, Steve, 25 to go, that's go time. I mean, I don't care where you're from, what kind of racing you do, right? And so, yes, this isn't a quarter-mile short track somewhere, but it's winning time. We talked about strategy.
Winning time.
You've gotten in this position because of strategy. You've gotten this position, but now you have to execute on it. And now you go push the buttons. And we've seen that the last 2 restarts, Rick. That's what's happening. The aggression level has stepped up, and that's why we're seeing these cautions, and that's not going to stop.
And some other names, you talked about those, right? Well, let's think about Briscoe in 12th, right? Eric Jones, he has that streak, 8 top 10s at this racetrack at 12 starts, but oh, look right behind him. The 9 to Chase Elliott after that speeding penalty. Through all this chaos, has moved his way up to 14th with 24 to go. Right, you have the 5 of Kyle Larson at 19. If this thing restarts the first time and runs green to the finish, they're out of this race. They're not going to make that up. But every cycle we kind of get, I mean, look, all the way down to 28. Here he is back to 14. You don't want to keep these guys around.
Yeah, he made up 12 spots on a previous restart. So we know he's got the speed. He's got the abilities. We'll see what will happen on this restart. It'll be 23 to go in the race. Again, the caution coming out this time after the 54 of Ty Gibbs has an engine expire. Blaney, Bowman, Hamlin, Logano, Byron, top 5. Truex, Bell, Keselowski, Reddick, Wallace, top 10.
All right, so everybody has a job to do. Blaney on the outside, his goal, get a great launch, get Denny Hamlin to push him. Don't get yourself in a position where Hamlin can jump on the outside of you, get into turn 1. Blaney's not going to let that happen. If you're Bowman, you kind of want to do the same thing. You want a great push from your teammate, William Byron. You have to trust your teammate. You shouldn't have to be worried about protecting that inside line. But William Byron doesn't have that advantage. He's got Truex behind him. He is going to try to make it 3 wide as soon as he can.
Extended aerial coverage with Shady Rays. Is coming out of...
Pace car pulls to pit road, 23 laps to go. We'll see if we can get more than 1 lap of green flag action in this time. So we're back to racing again at Pocono. Green flag is in the air. Blaney gets another great push from the outside of row 2. Bowman on the inside of row 1 has his teammate William Byron right behind him. 4 wide into turn 1 again in the back half of the top 10 as they funnel off. Still a lot of 3x3 racing going on back there. Blaney comes out with the race lead. Bowman is not clear of Hamlin for second yet. 3 wide in the short chute between 1 and 2 in the back half of the top 10 still. As Ryan Blaney gapping the 11 and the 48, who stays door-to-door into turn 2. A little bit of a freeze up on my feed here. Got to jump back to live. They are in turn 3 now, still side by side for second. Bowman's on the bottom of Denny Hamlin. Going to try to side draft him and stay door-to-door, and this is allowing Ryan Blaney to get out ahead a little further with that lead. Big block by Martin Truex Jr. on his teammate, nonetheless, of Christopher Bell, who's running just behind him. Truex still has a good run into turn 1 to get underneath Joey Logano now for 5th. Side by side, the 22 and the 19. 22 chases the 19 down the track. Great pass, by the way, by Reddick to get by Bell, and Wallace will follow Reddick to also get by and follow his teammate in line into turn 2. Reddick to the outside of Martin Truex Jr. in the tunnel turn. Truex not going to be able to slam the door shut. And Wallace was close to clearing Bell, but not quite, and Keselowski goes 3 wide to the inside of both the Toyotas. Right underneath the 23 and the 20. Reddick, Truex still side by side for position again. Truex breaks away from the side draft off the exit of turn 3. All the way to the start-finish line, still staying car lengths below to the inside of the 45. Now goes up to tag the left rear corner panel in the side draft before diving into turn 1, but Reddick is clear in the center of the corner. Keselowski clears Wallace through turn 1 as well in a battle for 8th. Bowman, after clearing Hamlin that last lap, is quickly running down Ryan Blaney at the front of the field. 20 laps to go this time by at the line, and the lead is only about 0.3 of a second between the 12 and the 48. Hamlin less than a second off the lead in 3rd. Blaney was getting out ahead quite a bit when the 48 and the 11 were side by side for about a lap and a half like they were, but that 48 car looking a little bit more sporty than the 12 currently. Fords have struggled with straightaway speed this season. Though here today, Blaney has been the best Ford and had been running really top 5 for the entirety of the second half of this race. Found himself in position to win with Larson, Elliott, both speeding on pit road, and of course Denny Hamlin, who was up in contention early on in the race, just not having quite as quick of a pit stop as the 12. Fell behind on strategy just a bit. And the 12 car, who probably had about the 4th or 5th best car of the day, is the one that leads the way. But Bowman again quicker through turns 1 and 2 on this lap. Into turn 3, Bowman a wider line on the entry into the corner. Blaney going up to protect and put Bowman in a little bit of a dirty airplay. And Bowman now going to try to draft. Blaney breaking the draft, or at least attempting to, at the start-finish line, 19 laps to go. That last lap, Alex Bowman about 0.05 of a second quicker than Ryan Blaney. Both Blaney and Bowman faster than Hamlin, Byron, and Logano in the top 5 behind him. Tyler Reddick in 6th place was the 3rd fastest car on the track. He's still trying to get by the 22 car of Joey Logano. Blaney gained about 0.3 of a second on Alex Bowman in turn 1 alone. Bowman got tight, went up the hill. And now going to take a little bit of time to try to get that ground back. Still close enough to stay in the draft down the straightaways. Blaney going to try to break the draft. Being as far away from the 12 car's back bumper as he is, it might be a little easier for the 12 car to break the draft in this situation down these long Pocono straightaways. Six cars in the running order all have a win on the season. So if you're a driver trying to hope that we get 16, or I should say a fan trying to hope that we get 16 different winners, the likelihood of getting a new winner in this situation here today, not looking very high. In fact, the only 2 drivers in the entire top 10 that don't have a win would be Truex in 7th and Bubba Wallace in 10th. Chase Elliott is up to 9th place on this restart, already 5 positions gained in the last 5 laps as Elliott continues to work forward. He was 2nd place at the end of stage 2 behind Hamlin. Again, that last pit stop just over 40 laps ago, he was speeding on Larson. Larson currently 13th to Elliott's 9th. The other cars that sped on pit road at that time, Ty Gibbs, Daniel Suarez. Suarez is 16th. Hadn't been in the top 10 all day for Daniel, and Ty Gibbs blew an engine on the second to last restart. So he is done for the day, and Gibbs will end up finishing 26th. Quite a few cars out of this race right now as well. Currently looking at 12 DNFs at this point. Most of those taken out in the Kyle Busch, Corey LaJoie incident. Which happened back around lap 120-ish. 5 cars DNF from that crash alone. Buescher trying to battle back towards the front of the field. Bit of a slower pit stop under the last cycling of stops, which is why he fell from the lead back into a side-by-side battle now with Bell. Both these cars have actually fallen just outside the top 10. Christopher Bell got up to 7th, 8th place on the restart, but he's dropping like a rock all of a sudden. Bell now back to 12th with Buescher clearing him. Chase Elliott looking for another pass now on Truex for 7th. Gets underneath him off turn 3, and they'll drag race for turn 1. Blaney's built up his lead now a little over a second ahead of Bowman. Bowman was keeping close. He got tight one time in turn 1, and once he fell about a half a second off the lead, Ryan Blaney has been the fastest car on track lap over lap for about 3 laps in a row now. 15 laps remaining still. Plenty of time around this 2.5 mile triangular shaped oval. Elliott, Truex battling hard door to door through turn 2. They've been side by side for almost an entire lap now. Elliott got alongside Truex initially off turn 3 the last lap, and they're side by side into turn 3 again here at lap 145. And still side by side as they continue to run side by side like this. It's only allowing those 6 cars ahead of them to pull away. 7, I should say. About a 2-second gap between Elliott, who now clears Truex for position, and Elliott blows the corner. Little slide job attempt, drove it in way too deep. Truex crosses him over. And now Bubba Wallace is railing in the 9 of Elliott down this next straightaway. Elliott protecting the bottom of the racetrack, and that might not have been a great move because Wallace is now going to get to the outside of the 9 car. Can't hold on to it. Wallace has to lift off the exit of the corner as he got tight. That was right off the exit of turn 2. Blaney another 0.06 of a second quicker than Alex Bowman on lap 140. And Blaney again was the quickest car on the track that last lap. Chase Elliott running similar lap times to that of Blaney and Bowman at the front of the field, but he is again mired back in the 9th place position in traffic. Actually, that was a 55 one by Elliott, not a 54 one. Truex ran a 54 1 that last lap. Same as Ryan Blaney, a 54-2 though for Bowman. And Denny Hamlin starting to reel Alex Bowman back in for second. Can't count Hamlin out of it quite yet, but he's going to have to make quick work of the 48. Because if he goes to battle with the 48 of Bowman for a long period of time, Blaney's only going to pull further and further away. So much so, about a second, the driver ahead of you to have some sort of semblance of a draft. Obviously closer than that. Get a better effect of the draft, but that'll help you keep up down these long straightaways at the Pocono Raceway. Blaney's only career win at Pocono was his first career win in his NASCAR Cup Series career in 2017 with the Wood brothers in June of that season. Staying mentally focused, though, down the stretch. Again, he's still running some pretty fast lap times in comparison to the rest of the field. Not by that much that he's pulling away by a lot, but clean air definitely king in this situation, I'd have to say. 11 long laps, though, at Pocono. Really hoping it stays green to the finish. But to get to that white flag, we're still 25 miles away. It's going to be a long 25 miles for Ryan Blaney. Under this circumstance, after just seeing back-to-back-to-back yellows on restarts, we know how out of control things could get. Don't have to look back too far to see something like that. Nashville 2 weeks ago, 5 overtimes. Most of any race in the overtime era of NASCAR. In any series. Blaney 0.3 quicker than Bowman that last lap. Hamlin within about a car length and a half to 2 car lengths of Alex Bowman in a battle for second. Hamlin sailed it deep into the corner. About a half a lane lower than the 48 car through the middle. Bowman's not just going to surrender this position. He's going to try to hold on for everything he can get here. Good speed off the short run, just can't keep up with Blaney on the long run. And Blaney had some of the best long run speed in practice yesterday. All the Penske Fords are towards the top of the long run charts. The other driver who was the outlier of any Fords that were good on long run speed in practice yesterday was Denny Hamlin. So maybe not coincidental that you see Blaney leading, Hamlin battling for second, and even Joey Logano, who again had good long run speed, is in fifth. And that seems to be translating here today as well. We have seen our fair share of cautions, but we have had a couple of longer runs in this race, including this one to the finish if it stays green. Although it would only be a 24-lap green flag run to the end. 24 laps here at Pocono. It's quite a long time. Again, 2.5-mile racetrack. It's well over 50 miles of racing. 8 laps to go this time by for Ryan Blaney. Got a lap car coming up just in front of them. Looked like it, at least, on the NBC telecast. Not sure who exactly it may be. Or I'm just seeing things. I mean, it could be just seeing things. Hamlin trying to build up enough of a run off the exit of one of these corners, get that effect of the draft, and try to make a move on Alex Bowman for position. He's going to run a wider line through turn 2 than Alex. It's going to allow him to get a little bit more momentum headed towards turn 3. Hamlin going up the racetrack in turn 3. Alex Bowman down on the bottom. Hamlin going to get to the outside of the 48. Great move by the 11 of Denny Hamlin and clear on the front stretch. He had to make quick work of him, and that's about as quick as you can make a pass at the tricky triangle. You can tell he's won here 7 times before. And now does Denny Hamlin have anything for Ryan Blaney? Get a little bit of clean air on the nose. Now we'll start to compare lap times between the 12 and the 11, but time is not on Denny Hamlin's side. He's 2.3 seconds off the race lead with 6.5 laps to go. There are a few lap cars that have some damage from earlier incidences trying to make laps here. Down the finish, they're pulling out of the way of the leaders. Hamlin Bowman getting by one of those cars. The inside for turn 3. First lap after Denny Hamlin passed Alex Bowman, he was 3/10 quicker than Ryan Blaney, and now Denny Hamlin is the fastest car on the track with 6 laps to go at Pocono. I mean, he really couldn't have made a quicker pass on Bowman. He not only passed him, but he's quickly 0.6 of a second ahead of him after just 1 lap. And again, he was 3/10 quicker than Ryan Blaney that last time by. Of him yet, we do have a slow car. Looks like Daniel Hemrick has a broken toe link. He was just getting out of turn 2. Will he make it back to pit road? I really see that right rear tire wobbling on the 31 of Hemrick as he was trying to make it back towards the pits, and he did. He actually just got out of turn 3, not turn 2. So you use that excess road in turn 3. He got the pit road. We do stay green. 5 laps to go. And Blaney picked it up because he was 1/10 quicker than Hamlin that last lap. So he has woken up again. Notice Denny Hamlin ran 3/10 quicker than him the lap before that. Blaney 1/10 quicker than Hamlin. Trying to keep the lead at 2 seconds. That's a lot of time to have to make up. It looked like Blaney gained a couple tenths again in turn 1. Hamlin may be overdriving the corners now, trying to catch the 12. He's got 3 wins in his back pocket already. Looking for 5 more playoff points with a win here. You know, as a Ryan Blaney fan and an unbiased opinion here, I really wish he didn't run out of gas on the last lap at Gateway, because then he would have 3 wins in the last 6 races. Oh, man. Assuming he holds on to this one today. We still got 4 laps to go. 2.3 second lead. Blaney again 1/10 quicker than Hamlin that last lap. He seems to be beating him in turn 1 when the 12 is quicker than the 11. Turn 1 seems to be the corner. Hamlin again in turns 2 and 3. Even though this is a higher speed racetrack, again, it's another one of those flat racetracks on the circuit that the Fords just seem to be great at with the next-gen car. I know they didn't perform well at Phoenix very early in the season, but then you go to Gateway, obviously they perform well there. Blaney, Cindric last lap were 1-2. Cindric still got the win. Iowa, Ryan Blaney was able to get the win at the last one, and here at Pocono, although it's much different racetrack, high speed, here they are. New Hampshire, they had great runs there, even though Christopher Bell got the win. They're just really, really good at these flatter tracks. And again, Blaney trying to go for career win number 2 right here at the Pocono Raceway. 2.5 laps left. Just getting through the tunnel turn right now is the 12. This will be the 4th win for Penske, by the way, in the well, really since Gateway. Seven races, 4 wins for Penske if Blaney holds on. Second for the 12 car in the last 6. 2 laps to go. Hamlin only a 10th quicker than Blaney that last lap. Blaney trying to get to the white flag as quick as possible, really, at this point. Again, if it stays green to the end, it'll be a 24-lap green flag run to the checker. Through the tunnel turn for the 12. Fuel shouldn't be an issue today for Ryan Blaney, considering that we had 13-plus caution laps following the last pit stop, which took place with about 42 laps to go under a caution nonetheless as well. 1 lap to go, sponsored by Credit One Bank. Final lap of the race for the 12 of Blaney. Still about a 2-second lead, 1.8 at the line. Hamlin 4/10 quicker that last lap. Ryan Blaney just focusing on not making a mistake at this point. He doesn't have to push 100% anymore. He had a big enough lead. He's just working with it. Blaney now into turn 2. Half a lap to go. Hamlin a couple tenths quicker on this final lap, but again, he's too far back and well ahead of Bowman to lose second. Bowman is well ahead of Byron. He should hold on to third. Closest battle coming to the finish is going to be for 5th between Logano and Reddick. Checkered flag in the air. Ryan Blaney is a winner for the 2nd time in his Cup career at the Tricky Triangle at Pocono, Pennsylvania. Denny Hamlin 2nd, Alex Bowman 3rd, William Byron 4th, Joey Logano holds on for 5th, Tyler Reddick 6th, Brad Keselowski 7th, Martin Truex Jr. 8th, Chase Elliott 9th, and Bubba Wallace rounds out the top 10. Chris Buescher in 11th, Christopher Bell 12th, Kyle Larson 13th, Eric Jones 14th, Chase Briscoe 15th, 16th for Daniel Suarez, 17th for Carson Hocevar, Austin Cindric 18th, Corey LaJoie 19th, and Josh Berry 20th. AJ Allmendinger 21st, Justin Haley 22nd, Austin Dillon was the last car to finish on the lead lap in 23rd. Michael McDowell 2 laps down in 24th, Daniel Hemrick DNF there late, finishing 7 laps down in 25th. 13 DNFs in today's race. Cody Ware ends up 26th, Ty Gibbs 27th, John Hunter Nemechek 28th, Zane Smith 29th, Ryan Preece 30th, Harrison Burke 31st, Kyle Busch 32nd, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 33rd, Todd Gillan 34th, J.J. Yeley 35th, Ross Chastain 36th, Noah Gragson 37th, rounding out the field today. Margin of victory 1.3 seconds for the 12. 3 hours, 13 minutes, 58 seconds total time on this race with an average race speed of 125.25 miles per hour. And we finished under our regulation length of 400 miles, 160 laps. In total, 8 cautions. 6 of which for incident, the 2 stage ends at lap 95, lap 30. Had the engine failure for Ty Gibbs in the final stage. Big incidences in turn 1, one of which that collected 7 cars, another one that collected 3 in these final 40 or so laps. Gillen had an incident in turn 1, which was the first caution for incident in the final stage. So, and then 1 in stage 2, 1 in stage 1 with Chastain and Gragson. Ryan Blaney goes on to lead the most laps today. 44 laps led, really turned it on late. Most of those laps in this final stage. In fact, all of those 44 laps were the final 44 laps of the race, as he only led 1 time. Once he got the lead, nobody took it back today. He also won a stage. So he had won stage 2. Martin Truex Jr., who won stage 1 earlier in the day, led for 14 laps. 20 laps led at one point for Brad Keselowski. 21 for the pole sitter, Ty Gibbs. He was the only driver to lead more than one time today, as he led twice. Josh Berry led for 8 laps at one point. Chris Buescher led for 19. 3 laps led under a caution period back at stage 1 for Joey Logano. So in total, we had 8 different drivers lead at least 1 lap in the race today, and we had 10 lead changes amongst those 8 drivers. On the front stretch, here is your race winner, Ryan Blaney.
More playoff points than winning a race. And that will now put Ryan Blaney with 12 playoff points. Moving him up above time of Reddick.
Career win number 12 for the driver, the number 12.
First burnout from Ryan Blaney to celebrate the win and the 50th anniversary here at Pocono in front of a sellout crowd this afternoon. Boy, Ryan, a month ago, you guys had 0 wins. 2 in the last 5 weeks. What has clicked?
I think just things are really kind of falling into place for us. I feel like we've gotten to a great place on speed the last 2 months, especially, and I feel like we honestly had a couple races slip away from us, which I thought we had a good shot at winning. So it was nice to just stick to the plan today, and kind of our plan was just trying to have track position at the end because I knew our car was fast enough. So I was super proud of Jonathan, the whole 12 boys. I mean, the Wabash Ford Mustang was amazing. Appreciate Menards, Body Armor, the Worth Group, Advanced Auto Parts, Dex Imaging, everybody who makes this possible. It's so cool to win here again. I won here 7 years ago for my first Cup win, so awesome to be back. The crowd, you guys are amazing. Thank you guys for being here all weekend.
I was going to ask you, and I talked about how important this place is to you. Would 9-year-old Ryan Blaney have believed when you were winning quarter midget races out there outside of turn 3 that you would have now 2 Cup wins here?
No, at the time, I just wasn't thinking of that. I was trying to figure out how I was going to have fun that weekend and how to win that night. And no, I mean, it was super special 7 years ago to win here with the Wood Brothers. And it's just a special win here today. You love tracks that have special meaning to you, places you get your first win and things like that. So this place means so much to me. My fiance, a ton of her family's here, so I can't wait to see them. I can't wait to see Gianna's family. But yeah, just so proud of the effort. Looking forward to hopefully continuing this momentum to next week at the Boston track up in Indy.
So let's talk about how this team is right now, Ryan. You turned it on at the right time to win the championship last year. As we sit here in mid-July, is this the best the 12 team has ever been?
I definitely think we're in a better spot at this time this year than where we were last year. At this point, I feel like our speed's better. Like I said, our execution's great. I think we are doing everything as a 12 group the best that we can, and some other kind of unforeseen circumstances kind of have hindered some finishes and possible wins. But I'm just proud of the whole Team Penske group, all those men and women at the race shop. They worked their butts off, to try to get better and deal with the drivers who wanted to say we need to get a lot better. So appreciate them, appreciate Engines, appreciate all the work that they do and continue to do. Go USA.
There you go. The sellout crowd gets to celebrate with Ryan Blaney. We'll grab the checkered flag here in a moment and find a young man or a young woman to hand that to in the crowd, Rick.
Common denominator, it seems to me, is he needs to have family around. Just mentioned that.
Yeah, Iowa here.
80 family members.
There are probably a bunch of Penske family at Indy next week, so maybe that's good luck for him there as well. All right, so Ryan Blaney again gets the win here today. We'll go through how the predictions ended up lining up from the pre-race to where we have here in the post-race. The 3 don't have picks. And Chase Briscoe. Briscoe 15th, got that right. Buescher 11th, barely got that right. Brad Keselowski finished 7th, so 2 for 3 on the don't have picks this weekend. As far as the must-have picks, all 3 of them finished in the top 10. Reddick 6th. He was my win pick. William Byron ended up 4th. Denny Hamlin 2nd. Those were kind of my top 3 to win, but all ended up in the top 6 there. 3 for 3 there. So we're 5 for 6 total. Sleeper picks to get a top 10. Bubba Wallace finished 10th. Got up there in the late going, was as high as I think 8th there. Fell back to 10th, but still held on. Good run. They got that car a lot better in the final stage than what it was earlier on. Survived all the carnage too, so great rally there. Picked up quite a bit in the point standings with Chastain having a DNF and no stage points today. Walls didn't get any stage points, but a top 10 finish. Still good place finishing points. Cuts his points deficit in nearly half from minus 44 to minus 27. We'll get to that more in a minute. As far as the other sleeper picks, though, they both finish outside the top 10. Josh Berry looked like he was on the right strategy for a while. Really fell off the face of the earth there in the final stage. Just didn't have the same speed he did earlier in the race. Didn't keep up with the racetrack. Ends up finishing in 20th. Ty Gibbs, who was running top 10 late, blew an engine, unfortunately. And as a result of that, he ended up finishing in the 27th place position. And again, did DNF 28 laps down. So 3 DNFs by way of engine failures for JGR in the last month or so. So that's interesting that they've blown 3 motors like that recently. Hamlin at Sonoma here today. Bell at Gateway late. So yeah, interesting that they're blowing a bunch of motors on a lot of these racetracks that have very long straightaways nonetheless. So that might be something to look out for at Indy next week as well. As far as the predictions then in total, 6 for 9. Nice. Got 2/3 of them right. I just try to go for above 50% every week with the 9 picks. So, yeah, I'll take that. As far as the current playoff predictions following the race today, Ryan Blaney actually the only driver with 2 wins on the season. Everybody else that has a win either has 3 or 1. 3 apiece for Bell, Larson, Hamlin, Byron. Again, Blaney with 2. 1 win for Reddick, Cindric, Elliott, Logano, Keselowski, Suarez, and Bowman. So 12 drivers have won a race this season. They are all locked into the playoffs virtue of their wins. We have 5 races to go in the regular season. Martin Truex Jr. is plus 137 points. That's over 2 full races ahead of the cut line on Wallace. Ty Gibbs is plus 67. That fell down quite a bit after an engine failure today, but did have stage points to back himself up. Chris Buescher, not a top 10, did get some stage points, though. A mediocre day on points. He didn't really gain or lose any points on the cut line. He's plus 44. He lost a couple points. I think he only, or no, actually exactly the same because he was the last driver in plus 44. If anything, he gained a spot in the standings, but still stays plus 44. Ross Chastain only plus 27 after crashing in stage 2. No stage points, as I mentioned already. He goes from plus 48 to plus 27 over Wallace, who was again minus 44, now minus 27. So he eats into that quite a bit. Chase Briscoe minus 75 points. I think he was over 90 points back, finished 15th, but again, Chastain incident allowed him to catch up. And Kyle Busch, who was actually around 80 points below the cutoff line at the time of his incidents, just looking to survive the day today with Chastain getting out, but unfortunately got in a wreck late, and he only ended up gaining 2 points on the cutoff line from 104 to minus 102. Not the day Busch needed. If he just finished the race, he'd be right there with Briscoe. Unfortunately, not the case here. By the end of it, Todd Gillan, minus 127, also had a DNF today. He's 20th in points. So that is the overall points standings, the playoff standings exiting this. We'll see if we had any other interviews. Gonna jump to live here. Talking to Alex Bowman right now. So let's listen into that.
Made most adjustments based on traffic and then just got 2 free there at the end. Had some clean wear, but cool to get best friends a good run. Feel like we've had some trying days when they've been on the car before. So yeah, just built the right rear tire up too much and couldn't get Ryan. But congrats to the 12th car. And yeah, a good solid day for us.
A win last week. A
third place finish for Bowman. Oh, interview's not done yet. My bad.
The 40 team being championship contenders.
Yeah, I hope so. I think there's still things we need to do to be better. Things I need to do to be better in our team. Kind of across the board, you can always improve, but at least we're pointed in the right direction. It's been a good 2 weeks for us, and going to a really historic racetrack that means a lot to me personally next week. So hopefully we can get the job done there.
Alex Bowman with a podium finish here at Pocono.
They might have had an interview with Denny Hamlin. I may have missed talking about the point standings and the predictions and all that. So I'm rewinding the telecast. Yep, they did interview Denny Hamlin. So I'll let you listen into that as well. Hamlin, of course, finishing in second.
Hamlin, just moments ago,
Danny Hamlin comes home second here. 1.3 seconds behind Blaney there. What more did you need? What more could you have done to maybe catch him in those final laps?
Never lose a race, just always run out of time, right? That's just part of it. Track is such a big thing. And when the 12 jumped on that stage that we won, that put them in front of us, and certainly was going to be hard to pass. And just not enough laps really of green there towards the end. But hats off to them, great run. He kept great pace up there towards the front. It's really hard for me to even try to get close to reeling them in, but great job this whole Mavis Tires and Brakes team. It's just Dave and about 100 associates here today, so proud to host them, and shame we couldn't get to victory lane, but another day.
Led 31 laps, was a race high. You've been so successful here. What does this performance mean for this race team? You won a stage. How's this drive some momentum for you guys going forward?
Oh, we were in such a terrible slump. I mean, we were terrible for a month and a half or so in our finishes, not our performance, but it just feels good to have at least a solid day, leaving here. I only care about winning, but still, this kind of rebound is something that at least makes me feel a little better.
Solid day that could build some momentum for Denny and this 11 team.
Alex Bowman comes home in the
All right, we already heard the Alex Bowman interview, so now I got to jump ahead to the actual live telecast to see if I missed any others. Make sure you guys get to listen to all of them. And I don't think they've had any more since. They will be going off the air here at 6:30, I do believe. Only other thing we have to go through is the Fantasy League. Again, you can join the NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR.com website or the NASCAR mobile app. Sign up for free. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season, excluding the Daytona 500. If you win our league championship in both the regular league, when the playoffs roll around, everybody will be back at zero, clean slate. Definitely want to join. Again, free to join. All you need is your email. You'll want to search for KRC League when you go to join a league. KRC in all caps, space, capital L on league. So that is the league name there. And then I'm on NASCAR.com right now, for instance. There will be a quick link section at the top of the screen on the website. If you're on the mobile app, it'll be the top left-hand corner of the screen. It'll be 3 bars. Click on it. There'll be a Fantasy Live tab. You'll click on that as well. Now, I can't actually look at the league, I don't believe, because my phone actually just died on me. I want to see if I can find it on here first. I think I have to create an entry. Sign in with Google. Oh, hey, look at that. I got it up on screen. I can't believe I didn't do that sooner this year. All right, so here was my team. I did not look at my fantasy lineup before the final stage began. Now, honestly, Alex Bowman wasn't really that much better than any of these guys through most of the day before the start of the final stage, so I don't really think I missed on many points here. I actually went 4 for 4 on the head-to-head picks this weekend. That's good for me. I ended up getting 40 bonus points there. Had William Byron on the team, who, of course, ended up with a top 5, finished 4th. Ty Gibbs' Balloon Engine was really the only downfall of the fantasy team this weekend. If I could have had Bowman in for him, that would have been great. But again, Gibbs was running top 10 before the engine failure, and the engine failure was in the final stage, so the team wasn't really looking bad at all at that point. Martin Truex Jr. ended up with a top 10. Reddick ended up with a top 10. I think Truex 7th and Reddick 6th. Denny Hamlin finished in 2nd, so solid week all the way around. I'm starting to put together good weeks now that I'm actually getting my team in on a weekly basis. This week's winner, though, is going to be Inside Uranus, the defending regular season champion. 253 points for him. Evan 48 finishes 2nd with 241 points. 233 for Ghost NYX. And then 230 for me, finishing 4th. Sharp NASCAR finishes 229 in 5th. And our current points leaders end up finishing 11th and 12th this week, so a little bit of a dip in performance there. League standings coming into the week. Frank T26 was the points leader, 39.66, 39.59 for Monster Jam X10. Hercules Harrigan right there. That's unbelievable. Only 13 points separated the top 4 coming into the week, and I don't think any of these 4 finished in the top 5 this week. So maybe starting to burn through their usage to this week. Gets over a 50-point game there. So, I mean, you just never know what could happen here. 5 races left in the regular season. There I am just looking to get a top 10. Missed a couple weeks. I think I missed like 4 weeks total. I didn't miss 4 weeks. I had a lineup in, but I didn't actually set it. So it was like the same for 4 weeks in a row. So there's like a couple guys I only have like 1 usage left because I used them so many times in a row on accident. So I get for falling off of it for a few weeks. It was wide open for everybody else to try to win the league, though. So try to get that grand prize. Appreciate everybody tuning in here this week. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content. We'll have live commentary streams next weekend from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And I'll actually have to go right back on the NASCAR.com because I got to get the start times for next weekend's live commentary streams. So give me 1 second there. Oh, that ain't it. That was a weekend schedule. My bad. Standings. So again, Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the Brickyard 400 next Sunday for the NASCAR Cup Series. The Xfinity Series will also be at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And on the short track at the Indianapolis Raceway Park is where the Truck Series race will be on Friday night. So our live commentary coverage next week will begin at... I hate how this pops up on the screen every time. All right, so Friday night next week will be our next live commentary stream. It'll be for the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, the T-Sport 200. Again at the Lucas Oil Raceway. Short track racing Friday night, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We will go live for our coverage of that Truck Series race. And then the Xfinity Series. And on Saturday afternoon, we will go live for the Xfinity coverage at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. So again, 3:30 Eastern, we would go live for the Xfinity Series race at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That's only a 62-lap race. I don't think that's right. I think that's the road course length that they had last year. NASCAR didn't update it yet. How does NASCAR.com not have the right race length for the... Anyway, 3:30 Eastern next weekend. Hopefully that's still the same start time. Really hope so. If not, I'll keep you posted in the community tab leading up to the start of next week. And our Cup Series coverage on Sunday will begin at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, assuming I will be here for live commentary coverage. Live commentary we will also have for practice and qualifying for the Cup Series next week, as we do every weekend. I believe it is a full 50-minute practice session for the Cup Series next weekend as well. I'm not able to actually click on here as to what time practice and qualifying is next week. So again, I'll keep you posted in the community tab per usual. But we will go live for practice and qualifying. If it's not on the same day and it's on like a Friday, we'll be live Friday afternoon for Cup practice. Whenever they have it, we will be live on the channel. So I'll keep you updated on that. I'm not sure on the start times at the moment for it. But 8:30 Eastern for the truck race next week. Xfinity race at 3:30 Eastern. Cup Series will go live 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Hope to see you for that. App says 62 also. Yeah, that's not right. That ain't right. I'll tell you that much. Alrighty. Have a good rest of your weekend. Congratulations to Ryan Blaney for winning the Great American Getaway 400 at Pocono. And thanks everybody for your appreciation and support as always every NASCAR race weekend. Listening live to full race coverage. See you next weekend at Indy, everybody.